Welcome everyone. We have the Duelists of Eden Next Fest tournament. Super excited to bring you some great matches tonight as we are capping off a wonderful demonstration of the game with an amazing tournament with over 50 players. I'm Raph with Shusai. How are you doing tonight, Shusai?
I am doing wonderful. How's your day been?
Well, now that I'm out of work and I get to watch some great matches, it's even better.
Yep. I'm excited. I think the matches today will be quite fun. I'm excited to see what the players here have cooked up and how they're going to kind of maneuver these matches. I think there's with the game being so new, there's so many different types of options that each character can bring, each player can bring, and I'm so excited to see which one comes on top.
Absolutely. With the amount of players we have here and so many great characters and great deck combinations, like you mentioned, of the decks, it's going to be fun to see who can duel their way to the top here today. Just a quick overview of what we're expecting out of the matches. Double elimination, so everyone has 2 shots. And in every match, 3 out of 5, best of 5, whichever way you want to consider it. So plenty to play and plenty to showcase, make adaptations, and really, bring the best out of folks. I know the game, there's not a lot of alpha players, which is going to be interesting to see. So we get to see a lot of the folks who really were grinding the game out from the Next Fest, from that demo, and see what they can bring to the table, especially since having to play against a lot of the alpha players, which could be a daunting task, will inevitably, I would hope, make them stronger as, pressure makes diamonds, and we will see which diamond shines brightest.
Yep, and with 67 people entering in this bracket, maybe we'll see a couple of DQs here and there, but that's a lot of players, right? This is going to be quite a big tournament, and pretty much anything can go, right? As you said, there's a lot of people playing against the more experienced alpha players, but none of those alpha players are really in this tournament. So it's more of like, what kind of experience did you get playing some of these like really good players and kind of making up your own things, and how can you take that into this tournament here?
No, absolutely. I mean, playing like TCGs, I am not against folks net decking and doing what you feel is like, oh, this feels so good. But the interesting part is other folks are doing that too, right? So it's just gonna be a clash of what folks have really filtered to make like any good fighting game, right? Everyone kind of gears towards what they feel is strong, and there's always something to be said about playing what you like and what we enjoy putting out there. But at the end of the day, it's all going towards that path of victory. So we will see what people bring to the table here. So we're setting up for our first match. And who do we got?
We have Blue versus Kyobi. Blue NSL versus Kyobi. Do you, Raph, have any idea about these players? Any past history with them? Something that you could talk about?
Well, I can at least tell you a little bit about my Kyobi. Man behind the scenes in a lot of ways, FGC head, and one of the premier, the streamer behind Level Up Live. So if you ever caught any cool Street Fighter V or Wednesday Night Fight action, if you're an FGC head, you might recognize their handiwork. And now you're going to see their work here up against Blue. Although I do know Blue has some experience with the game, and with the Riva as well. It's going to be a treat to see going up against the Saffron on Kyobi's side.
Yep. Sorry, on my end, I'm pulling up some of the Start GG stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
Double checking, Raph, you can remind me too, because not super sure on the format, but we're doing 1 deck or 2 decks here today? I think 1, right?
There's no adjustments to any player's setup.
Perfect. So it's a 1 deck list. 1 deck open list. So we have, I'll just pull out the list so I can make sure I know what to talk about for this match. Perfect. We have 2 players here, as you said, Blue on the Reva and Kyobi on the Saffron. Let's see their deck list here. Standard looking lists from both players. I'm seeing we have backstabs kind of between the two. We have, I think, mistletoes.
Yeah, pretty popular, right? Javelin as well. Minigun.
Thunder. Yeah.
So a lot of straight line spells. So definitely going to be interesting to see who pulls the trigger first on these and who can manage to land some gnarly combos.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Saffron. this Saffron seems to be more like a good stuffs, you know, solid chip damage spells. I think something similar too with the Reva deck as well. Oh, what a combo! Oh my god. I'm curious to see how these two decks will kind of play out here.
All right, so get a quick trade in the middle there, but the Mistletoe pushing Kyobi back already. Almost about half-life now, as you see Blue with some great movement, staying out of the way pretty consistently. And it looks a little tricky here for Kyobi, who's not had a good chance to really set up anything. What a combo there!
Oh. Blue's deck kind of revolves around this big combo of, I think it's I see here Kinetic Wave into Pull into which one is this here? Mistletoe, I think. Whatever the spinning whirlwind is.
Taking that first game pretty convincingly, using that sequence of combos, just being able to set that up really well. So that's just power of a strong deck, and already the Boomerang just getting enough hits done to set it up. So Kyobi's got to be on his toes.
The Boomerang from Reva is so strong. It's just kind of able to clear a lot of this space out and kind of create almost like a no-fly zone for Kyobi to kind of walk through. You see, as you notice, Kyobi kind of has to stay a little more in the like top middle-ish portion, because the more the closer you are to the bottom, the more dangerous, or the edges, the more dangerous you can be hit by this Boomerang here.
Yeah, especially punishing if you are in the front rows, and you see even in the third row, top right quadrant, Kyobi just getting caught out, finds a beam. Okay, getting Blue down a little chunk of health. Kyobi starting to make adjustments, but big damage, 15 life left. Can Kyobi find a comeback here? Gonna have to go for a shuffle. It's gonna put him in a bad spot, and the combo, 2 life left, and the world does it.
2 life, and just stood in the wrong spot, and Blue takes game 2 pretty well. I think one thing I noticed about Kyobi here, I think the movement is just not as crisp as Blue here. You really much see it like whenever Kyobi tosses an attack, there's always a chance that Blue dodges it, but Kyobi's just been getting hit by these like big Reva combos, and even just the Reva weapon attack chip damage throughout the game, like right there, right? Staying in the edges, getting hit by a little Boomerang here and there, and just taking a lot of that unnecessary chip damage that brings to the game to like this situation where like, look, now Blue's here with double of Kyobi's health.
Yeah, and you see a bit too, it's a Kyobi running out of spells pretty consistently and being forced into these shuffles where he leaves himself open. Another huge combo there as Kyobi on their last legs in this game number 3 dodges the whirl, finally gets some spells back, has to find a miracle here as Blue just needs one clean shot, one clean combo, and that's gonna do it with the whirl to finish it 3-0.
Yup. And Blue taking that pretty handedly. I think that there was just not a lot Kyobi could do in a lot of the situations, especially if you get hit with one of the hits. Blue's deck seemed to be pretty configured to get these big combos off, this good damage off, and Kyobi just get hit by one of the combo pieces, and then boom, the rest of it's kind of history. Yeah,
tough spot for Kyobi, because like you would see the spells kind of get thrown out of like, it's a kind of the hard part, right? You want to stay mobile, but you want to at least like in the sense of Blue, right? They wouldn't really spend the spells unless they found that like the Boomerang, just to get that slight bit of lockdown to start bringing things out, especially because like, you know, there's like a specific kind of movement that helps you out to deal with it, where you'd want to be far away enough, but then enough room to move down so that the Boomerang will just whiz past you, and then you can be out of the range of it swinging back. But I like how Blue would set up kind of with the Boomerang, the spells, knowing that Kyobi would trail a certain way, leading them, baiting them. So it kind of like adds to how well that deck on Blue's side really coalesces with the character.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think Blue's, you could tell that Blue is very, very comfortable with the deck and the character, and it really showed, right? Just being able to use those, the combination, everything, as you said, to kind of take that round.
Oh, absolutely great opening start, and just you get to see the power of, you know, of Reva. You get to see power of a nice like crafted deck, and we'll see what more people are going to bring to the table here as we have a lot more great matches to go through. Kyobi's going to have a shot in that losers bracket, but Blue moving on to the next round. You can follow that link for the Start GG if you want to check out the brackets and follow along yourselves and see how people are faring, as we will be winding through a lot of great matches. And there's a lot of other awesome folks who'll be on deck on comms after us as well. So we got a full night ahead of us. And I can't think of a better way of spending a Friday, huh, Shusai?
Oh, 100%. Dude, this game's just so cool. I'm a big fan of this game. I play mainly Queen. I don't know if you play Raph, but Queen's just such a cool, interesting character, and just like playing Queen, who's from the game Quantum Protocol, made me buy Quantum Protocol because I was just like, oh, this character's kind of cool. So
and get you in there. I mean, I'm all about like Celicy and Nira. I loved Freedom Planet before, Duelists of Eden was even a thing. So when she just showed up in the character select, and I was like, wait a minute, hold the phone. What is this kind of crossover? And I love that kind of thing going on here. That just shows you really how much a lot of the indie developers, network and work together and let that kind of stuff go. And I mean, the fact that like Maple from Rivals of Ether is showing up here too as well. It's just, it's a little bit of a dream game ever since One Step from Eden came out. So Duelist of Eden is just looking to be something special.
Exactly. So excited for the game to finally get into this demo into people's hands, and for people to be excited for the release coming out soon too.
Absolutely.
So we have another match coming up. We have Soren Lily versus Wingdude 100. Let me go pull up their decks and we can start talking about them a little bit.
For sure, bring that stuff up and we'll see what they're bringing to the table here. As any character, any deck, any card is available for people to choose. There's nothing banned or restricted. Only thing, like Shusai mentioned earlier, is you are not able to change your character nor your deck all throughout the tournament.
Soren Lily. We have Soren Lily on the Chiretta, and we have Wingdude on the Violet. Let's go pull up there. Okay, perfect. We have their deck list up here. Both running pretty big decks. I think, interestingly enough, both players running how many cards here? I think the full 12? No, 10. 10 per.
Okay.
Interesting to see how this goes.
Well, I see the Ragnarok on the side of Wingdude 100, so we're going to have some potential big damage here if they can set things up correctly with the Violet. But
it has the Ragnarok right away, too. Doesn't really
what a starter there to come out in your opening hand.
Ragnarok's a really hard card to use, just because, one, it costs so much mana. It's really hard to, like, kind of gather the mana for that. And also because it's so telegraphed, it's kind of hard to hit, but you are rewarded with a lot of damage if it does hit. Both characters coming off really strong here. Chiretta kind of known for using a lot of like aggressive movement, like displacement weapon attacks. Able to like really just use her abilities to kind of push you around and push you into places that you don't want to be. Violet, I haven't really remembered too much of what she does, but Wingdude seems to make it work really good. Kind of harassing with a couple of hits here and there, especially that Hydra.
Yeah, pretty even so far, but some space control coming up from Soren Lily with the mines, just trying to push Wingdude in a certain spot, but finally Wingdude with a slight lead here. Has the Ragnarok on hand. It's going to get a little bit of splash damage, nothing crazy.
The nice thing about the Ragnarok is even if you miss it, it does crack the ground, so it does, like, it gives a little bit of use even when you do miss it, but it's still, you would prefer much better to hit it than anything. Twister is so hard too, because is it Twister? Whatever it is, the Whirlwind. It's really hard to use too because most attacks in this game are kind of 4 spaces away, but Whirl is one of the few that's 3 spaces away. So it's kind of hard to combo into it without a good displacement move. Both characters getting so low health right now.
We are down to the wire here. Anything goes. As the last little Ragnarok's going to get a little bit more splash. Right into the strip mine, though. Perfect spot there. Still, anything can go here. The shuffle coming through. Soren Lily be able to finish this.
Just one combo is all you need still. Oh, the combo!
Wingdude brings that back from the brink of despair, taking that first game. just managing to just control enough of the field that Sora and Lila just found themselves up close in that top right quadrant and getting caught out there for some like just solid quick damage as Wingdude just clutches it out and whew.
What an interesting game. That was so good from Wingdude, kind of getting that last combo. Because realistically, at 10 HP, just one interaction is all you need to win the game. So both were pretty much neck and neck the entire way through. And with good movement, was able to dodge a lot of what Sora and Lily was tossing out and retaliate with an attack of their own.
Oh, Sora and Lily finding some nice, good damage early on here is right into the strip mine. Sora and Lily just chilling, looking good here, and just getting the good piecemeal damage.
Yeah, Sora and Lily's been getting a lot of great movement. Been able to dodge a lot of the attacks that Wingdude's been tossing out here, and it really shows. Being up with 30 more HP than their opponent here, but getting hit with one world is so dangerous. Look, now the gap is narrowing down a lot more.
Right though. Nice. There's the shuffle. Big chance here for Wingdude to get some damage in, but no, just doesn't want to push the advantage, waiting for the perfect time to really break through, and there it is! Oh, nice.
Wingdude's holding onto a lot of these combo pieces, trying to like move around and wait for their chance to hit a combo here and there. But Soren's kind of more of a, just kind of like has a lot more useful single pieces, as you can kind of see, and is able to just toss them out a lot more frequently. Even if they miss, you're just kind of able to just like, oh, here's my my little movement here, shuffling the deck a lot more too. Like the mines, look at those mines, just so good to use. And the combo's coming out too, so close, so close. Does Wingdude bring it back here? Not quite. Gets sucked right into a clean hit to tie things up 1-1 once again. Sora and Lily just tightening things up and looking really clean here, bringing us to a game number 3. Yeah, but now it's 1-1. It's still anybody's set here. Wingdude's starting off very strong, getting a lot more chip damage in this early game here. Much better than what they did, like their performance last game. And I want to see how Soren can kind of bring this back. Kind of slowly getting the chip damage back here, too. Oh, gets a nice clean shot, though. I love that. Forced to be in the back line. Oh, great damage there with the strip mine, just forcing Wingdude to really just take the brunt of the backstab. Yeah, mine is so good with Chioretta too, because you kind of just toss the mines and then using your weapon attack, just push them in. And it's really hard, especially in a game as fast paced with such quick decision making as this one. Trying to dodge both the mine and the incoming one of 2 weapon attacks that Chioretta has. It's like almost impossible. Yeah, looking a little tough there. There's a lot of little chip damage coming through. Very even though. In the third game between these two is Ragnarok on deck. It's going to whiff here. That's the second whiff so far between the two. And now playing on the front lines. Let's see if Wingdude's going to be a little extra careful here. But the strip mine backstab one more time, being on that back row, getting punished. It was good shield by Wingdude as well. He's able to kind of just block it out. But Tally with their own bouncing blade doing so much work here. Yeah, 2 clean hits. Maintaining the lead here, only 1 mine. Ooh, Ragnarok whiff. Lucky for Soren, who has to wait for the shuffle, has plenty of mana. But a lot of whiffs here is going to be a little tough. Nice shots. Still advantage here, Wingdude. Back to a shuffle. Ragnarok on hand, but we're going to shuffle out of the Ragnarok instead. We want a fresh hand to go into this, but that could lead to a bad situation for Wingdude, who's losing a lot of life. Oh, the whirl catches the perfect timing without even a setup, just happened to land right where Sora and Lily was. Enough to finish off the job, and 2-1, Wingdude's going up into the set. Yeah, one of the nice things that I'm noticing Wingdude's doing here, like deck design choice, using a lot of cards. Like I think pretty much the max 12, if I'm not mistaken. And this kind of works really well with their specific playstyle because they don't like to shuffle a lot. They don't like to cycle through the deck. They just kind of want to like hold on to their pieces and use the things that they need. And it kind of just works out in their favor here. because having a shorter deck just means you have to shuffle a lot more and there's a lot more downtime. But it's like if you fill your deck with a bunch of good stable pieces, there's less downtime, less shuffling. You just are able to toss a spell whenever you want.
No, absolutely. And then if you play play the deck right,
of their own.
Yeah, maintaining a decent lead here, 20 health up, and there's still plenty of spells in deck. It's gonna have to shuffle soon though, so it'll be a chance for Winged to retaliate, especially since they have all their spells ready to go. Ooh, the Ragnarok connects clean.
One of the things that like you have to be careful of here, if you're Soren Lily, is just kind of watching out for a lot of the lines that Winged has. Mainly the Bouncing Blade, kind of creating a no-fly zone. Oh, the Whirlwind coming out here too, being so dangerous. But also the Hydro Pump, right? The Hydro Pump in the Ragnarok. Combo damage.
So close here. 1 life left, and he 1-shot, and there we go. Winged cleans it up 3-1, taking down Soren Lily with a clean finish, and then just the standard weapon skill to finish the job, playing a sad note and sending Soren Lily to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, it's so tough, especially if you're Soren Lily here. I think Soren Lily was up a little bit, pretty confident in closing out that fourth game right there, but just getting to the really low HP, I think they kind of shook up their nerves a little bit, and it was almost impossible to dodge the 1 chip damage that the Violet needed to take the round.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can see like the tide, like, and that's like the explosiveness of like a deck we saw from Winged. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm down 20 HP, but if I land this Ragnarok perfectly, then it's just turning the tables and the pressure is on. Soren Lily definitely was feeling comfortable with their movement and their adjustments in terms of how they spent their spells, but just happened to be a couple times wrong place, wrong time.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think you miss Ragnarok 10 times. It's a little bit of bonus here and there, but not really doing that much. But you land it once, and the one time you need to land it, and boom, yeah, game's over, right?
For sure. But yeah, fun decks on both sides. Like seeing a Winged bring out the double team and using Hydro Pump, so just like filling out the deck with some cool just like incremental little spells, especially like Hydro Pump, just like the space control it kind of has, especially if players are really staying on their toes, knowing when they have to avoid things like Ragnarok and Whirl. So it forces you into those spaces above or below and take the damage right. But then you had Soren Lily utilizing things like the Spear Catch pretty well and the Strip Mine alongside the Backslash. But I think at a point you saw Winged not really hugging the back row as much, so they could avoid being put into that mine into backstab combo.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think Winged kind of did a lot of adaptation, and you can very clearly see that. But make no mistake, Soren Lily did play extremely good, and the entire time the match could have gone either way between the two players. And it's just unfortunate that when the clutch moments are necessary, only one person can really come out on top, right? And Winged really showed off their skill there.
No, for sure. And that's again what we're hoping to see tonight, because again, this is just a really fun event, and we're cruising through the bracket. A lot of matches are happening off stream, as one would expect, but plenty to see. We're getting down further and further through, and I think we have our next match coming up. Who do we got on deck?
We got the Spine versus Reclaimer. The Spine, great player. I've never seen them play this game for sure, because they're the demo just came out and whatnot. But I know the Spine, kind of a slight homie of mine. We play Exerta here and there. They are a big proponent of Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax.
All right.
They run a, if you have ever played that game, anybody here in the chat, if you ever played that game and you want to play it and find people to play it with, the Spine runs a semi-regular a league for it, and they've been doing pretty good about it.
Hey, you love to see folks keeping other plenty of great games thriving and showing support and letting other people have ways to play. So that's always really cool, and it's cool to see them here in the Duelists of Eden world, as they'll be up against to try to get. They're trying to avoid getting reclaimed. So we'll see if they have the backbone they need to make it past the Sharetta on the Reclaimer side, who, just taking a look at both decks real quick before we dive right in. Oh, gonna give us. Sorry, I won't get too good of a look, but I still expect some fun here.
Yeah, the spine has always been more of a like a kind of a fundamentals player. Nothing too fancy from both sides. A little bit gimmicks here and there. You can kind of see.
Okay, so who do they play in Exerd?
Hiding on the side, Jacko. Big Jacko.
Okay, so they're definitely about the gimmicks. I see that. All right.
Not necessarily gimmicks. In terms of like how they play a much more like slower, more fundamentals based gameplay compared to other ones I've seen.
Well, right now it doesn't look like Reclaimer's playing slow at all, maintaining a huge lead out the gate. Although the Ragnarok, clean hit.
Yeah, you can really tell that. I think from what I can see here is like the Spines deck is running a lot of like kind of small little chips here and there, but big. You can see all these big combo pieces that cost like 3 mana to cast or whatever, and he's just kind of like waiting around, like playing his movement and trying to find good spots to press these buttons in.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's finding himself in the same line as Reclaimer, who's really just throwing down a lot of these really good weapon skills, as well as stuff like Mistletoe and more that's just catching in the line. Ragnarok whiffs.
Yeah,
it's like the first game.
The hard part is, especially in this matchup, it's like you can see the Spines trying to like hug back wall a little bit. It's not really that good. It's something that like a lot of newer players like to do a lot. It's like hug the back wall. It's a lot easier to react to like projectiles coming towards you. But if you see Sharetta's weapon skill hits the first 3 or like the third row, like 3 lanes ahead, and she has backstab here. So Reclaimer there just able to like kind of hug this front part, spam the weapon skill to catch the Spine standing in column 3, and then backstab if the Spine moves to column 4, just like that. And it's really hard for the Spine to move around because I think their movement just not really knowing the game plan and knowing the matchup here specifically.
Especially, you're 100% right. Their backstab connects, and it's just Reclaimer just super comfy.
Especially against Sharetta here, it's so hard because Sharetta is just really good at controlling big swaths of space, and that's really what the Spine wants to do, is to move around. The parry coming out, but catching the backstab with a dash step, I think here, and Reclaimer taking it up 2-0 right now.
Yeah, really good. I mean, kind of like to add on what you said about just the Spine playing on the back row. That lets Reclaimer play on that front row, right? You give the space that, okay, I have the same amount of distance to kind of react, but Reclaimer's just playing into the character so much better because they have that room. Spine's really going to just need to kind of push forward and just really be more on top of their toes, but it's not really helping out too much.
Okay, damage coming out. Yeah, you can see just it's almost as if, and I don't mean this in a negative way at all, but the Spine's kind of in a way like playing to not lose. Right? Instead of like being very aggressive and trying to like get a lot of these damage spots in, they're kind of just moving around a lot, trying to like dodge things. It's like the fighting game equivalent of like backing yourself into the corner and trying to react to anything that comes in, being this defensive wall. But it's not really hard when you're playing against a space control monster like Sharetta. And by the way, Reclaimer taking it cleanly 3-0.
Yeah, just a nice final hit right into that backstab, and just wonderful stuff overall. Just like really felt like the matchup and taking advantage of like not just the matchup of like deck wise, but just like the player matchup, and just preying on Spine, and just like you mentioned, where they were finding themselves and kind of a little bit lost of how to navigate around Sharetta and the deck that the Reclaimer brought in.
Yeah, it's just the Reclaimer is just so strong there. So it came off swinging really strong, really fast, and said, hey, doesn't matter where you're gonna stand, I will find you, I will hit you, and I will move you. And kind of with the kinetic wave, with the blink, with the which is the weapon skills in general, and the pulls and everything, it's just like, I don't care where you are, you're going to be moved into the spots I want you to be in.
Yeah, especially pair that up with that snare. As soon as that root comes down, you just saw like an insane amount of damage. Like, yeah, the Ragnarok's nice if it hits. It's a big chunky damage to help you bring you back to the game, but there wasn't enough on Spine's side to really set up a nice combo for the damage, especially if you're playing. If you need something and you're saving maybe like the spells to really work something out. It's kind of like one of the things you kind of have to really keep in mind when you're playing a game like this is, what your standard, like, like any game, what's your game plan? Am I going for that slow pay where I dump everything, all in at once, the setup, or am I going to just try to use my movement and some of my basic skills to be able to put out some more quick spells and then unleash as much as I can for another shuffle and then bring that back around,
Yep. Game's so cool.
There's so much to think about.
There's so many options, so many things you can do. Let's look at the bracket here. So the Reclaimer just won, and from there they're moving towards our winners quarterfinals. They're basically where after the Reclaimer, whoever they play next, the winner of that is guaranteed top 16. Mm-hmm. And then the loser would go down to play one more match. But we're moving through the bracket pretty quickly, to be fair. We have a couple gamers. In terms of DQs, not that many, surprisingly. Only about, at least in our side here in Pool A. A few here and there.
It's awesome. I mean, it's a Friday night. I mean, people could be. There are some great games that came out today. I don't blame people who are like, oh, well, I want to go play this. I'll just DQ myself. No, they're like, hey, I could do that after I have a good time. Celebrate this wonderful game, Duelists of Eden, as featured at the Steam Next Fest. So really great to see just the overwhelming support and how many people are just raving about this wonderful, wonderful game. So make sure if you have not yet wish listed it, please do so. It always helps out the developers and just helps spread the word, and we'll get more copies of Duelists of Eden into more hands and make the player base big. It works out for everyone, right?
Yep. And for anybody watching, if you've never played this game before, you're kind of interested in this game, and this is the first time you get to watch it, please kind of give it a shot, see if you like it or not. I think it's one of the most fun games I have the pleasure of playing, and I will show this game to the end of time. But I think it's such an interesting and unique game, and if you like Mega Man Battle Network or any of those similar style games, but you have a couple of issues like I do with the multiplayer, this fixes a lot of my problems with the game, with the genre. I enjoy it a lot. I think it's great.
Absolutely. 100%. Like I said, no one here is going to say anything otherwise, and if they do, we'll just have to convince them. We'll just show them why it's so amazing, and the players here will do just that. We'll get our next match set up very soon and shortly, so we appreciate y'all sticking with us. But yeah, plenty more to go, and all things considered, yeah, just I'm excited for like what happens offline. Like I'm looking forward to seeing how events like Combo Breaker, or Frosty Faustings, or even Evo, known for their fighting games, but always plenty of room for games like this, and I think be such a good fit to see. And I'm gonna be all for that as much as I can, even if I'm like usually working as a commentator. I would love to see what happens offline at events, that big fighting game events, because I think this definitely has a home in it. But beyond that, there's plenty of possibilities, especially with as great a community as we are building towards.
I agree. I'm so excited for the future of this game. I think this game is so interesting, and more people will get to play it. Hopefully, I'm trying to get like more people in my my local scene to start playing this game too. We'll see how it works though.
Oh, I mean, yeah, of course. But the number one thing, like, and that goes not just for you, everyone else out there. All it takes is, bringing it out and letting people try it out, and then, it's all it takes. That one game hooks them in, and then there you go. And that's the favorite part about any 1v1 game. It is just a wonderful experience, relying on yourself, and just especially with this, with so many possibilities. doing what you can and finding what works for you.
Yep. Sorry, I'm making sure I'm kind of keeping up with the bracket and everything here.
Hey, all good, all good.
Yeah.
Got
So Raph, were you an alpha player? All right.
I was alpha player. I didn't do too much. I hopped on there like here and there, but never really like grinded the game out.
Yeah, same. I learned I enjoyed commentating a lot more about this game. Playing is great, but I really enjoy kind of watching great people play and talking about it.
It's a fun thing to do, right? Once you get anyone out there doing commentary, I mean, it's daunting for sure, especially in a game like this, as fast as it is. And there's so much to take in, but like even like myself, you know, as even with I have plenty of commentary experience like in normal fighting games, but like with this, you know, my first time doing it, but it just feels like right at home because you know you what you see is kind of what you get, so you're not worried so much about like the coulda, woulda, shouldas. It's so much just to speak on of the action, which makes it, you know, very fun.
So it looks like our next match is going to be Slater versus Random Hydra.
Okay.
It looks to be a Chiretta mirror match here.
Ooh.
So I'm curious to see how it goes. Let me go pull up their deck list and everything.
Yeah, bring out that good knowledge and let's see what they put out. I mean, we've seen a couple good Chirettas so far tonight, and won't be surprised to see more of her running rampant.
So we have a couple of difference, a little bit of difference between the cards here. We have, what do we got here? Claw Trap from Slater, I think here. Which is interesting. Hydra's running minigun. They're both running minigun, I see here. Yeah, it seems like here Slater's running kind of more map control structures. Mainly claw trap here. I see bomb toss here. Kind of creating a lot of spots where it's like, hey, good luck trying to walk around here, right? Backstab on both sides, which is definitely makes sense. Backstab's just such a great tool. It's very reliable and it's very cheap. Not to say that it's, you know, the best card in the game, but it's pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those value cards, right? You can get a lot of good stuff putting that together. So definitely by both players, you know, very similar. You'll see in a lot of like deck staples, but I do like you mentioned with Slater bringing out stuff like bomb toss. You know, we haven't really seen any of that right there, so it's gonna be fun as like that's like the seeing how the different parts of their opposing decks deal with each other, right? So, you know, you have the snare on the side of Random Hydra. So that can lead to something really good, especially with the space control that Chiretta has. So we'll see how effectively they're able to use that as Slater's bringing what they have into the match.
Yeah. From what I notice here, so it looks like we're running 11 cards on Slater's side, and
I think it's the
cards
same
as well from Hydra's side. And we have the main differences. You can see they're running a lot of similar staples here: backstab, whirl, blink, push, auto, and step slash. Mistletoe, thunder, but as we see here, Slater's opting for the bomb toss, claw traps kind of style, whereas Hydra's kind of taking other cards like Stinger, and let's see here, Snare, as you said. Trying to figure out, I think mainly those two are the main differences. So pretty much they're running the same darn list.
Super duper similar. Claw trap versus Snare.
Yep,
we'll see how and
bomb starting off with the bomb too.
The bomb, yep. And we're seeing just Hydra's. Okay, so we're just making sure everything looks good. We're doing a quick, as you call it, FG's button check. Make sure everything is good to go.
Perfect.
But that sweet net code coming through, making sure everything's good. Another great facet of this game is the absolutely phenomenal net code that has been brought into it. Thanks, Sajam.
You really have to thank Eden Dev for creating a game like this. I know Eden Dev is as many times said, next game they make is gonna be a single player game because of all the issues and struggles of making this multiplayer game. But they've been doing wonderful work, and they've been very, very responsive to what the community wants, and like anything that they seem too strong or not. They also play a lot of the game too, so they are very much part of the community in itself. And Slater starting off tossing the bomb, and then Hydra tossing it back is really, really funny.
I love that we're playing Pong to get things going, and it's sitting there, allowing the world. There's the explosion, and Slater, so much damage. Look how much Gray Life going down, as less than 40 health on Hydra's side as they ate that run of it.
Oh, and tossing out the whirl. Hydra's walking into the whirl, taking a little bit of chip damage, and it's giving Slater a lot of time to kind of toss out these little traps, items, and whatnot, gizmos. But that bomb getting tossed into Hydra's side, with Hydra tossing it back, it's something that's like kind of one of the downsides that you might have running this card in this specific deck list is that, like, yeah, you as Chiretta are able to kind of move around this bomb. Slater, by the way, taking it very, very cleanly with a 60 health lead at the end there. But
I love the thunder to proc the bomb. And it just so happened that Hydra stepped back right into the lingering hit of it, and then just got finished off right then and there. And it's just, the little bits of movement that are catching Hydra off, it's just hurting them just a bit more than you like to see, eating those whirls and then just the full combo, especially since the bomb toss is in play.
Yeah. And like I was saying earlier too, it's one of the downsides or one of the potential problems that you could be facing when you run this specific deck. Like sometimes with the open list and the one deck format, sometimes you're gonna bring cards that work really well into most matchups. But if your character, or if you play against like a mirror match and their character can do the same things as your character, it's like, wow, I could push this bomb, but so can they, right? Except right now it's in a good spot. I think you kind of have to do this as Slater, where you have to kind of bring the bomb to the very edge, because there's no other way for Hydra to like push it back if it's behind them.
Yeah, and there's so many good cards or spells in Slater's hand to force you into it, but Hydra keeping it competitive. We're tied up in life here as the shuffle's coming out.
Because,
on both
Slater
sides.
was up a lot earlier.
Big chance from Hydra though. A lot of whiffs though. Gotta be careful here, as both are just
Slater's looking for these bomb tosses.
Double bomb! Oh my god, hit the combo from it. The bomb on the back row, like you mentioned, being there, shutting down the back row, but having the second bomb there. Hydra needs to make it a priority to play some Pong and send those bombs back, or else they're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah. With the bombs, there's like two ways you can really kind of go about doing this. You can either kind of like try to avoid it as much as you can, or try to like fight to push it back. And Hydra's not really doing either of the two, and it's getting caught by a lot of these like bomb combos. And you can see here, like, it's so dangerous. We've gotten two bombs.
Again!
Look at that.
Right
double
into
bomb combo.
The push, the thunder, the damage. Slater is sitting so pretty here and showing what the power of bomb toss could do. There's the whirl off the backstab. It's looking grim here for Hydra.
I just noticed someone in chat saying the Papa Gurgle strat. Papa Gurgle, a very, very big proponent of just tossing and moving bombs, especially on like characters like Chiretta and Maple. By the way, Slater just taking that so cleanly. That double bomb kind of just snowballing out of control here. But yeah, it's the Papa Gurgle strat is something that is you can't. It's definitely strong, right? It takes a little bit of finesse, but once you kind of get around to knowing how the bombs work and whatnot, you can kind of just push them around and do your bidding with them.
Yeah, especially like, the power of just all that tying in like Chiretta and having the weapon skill that just has the 3 hits forward. Always like if you space that so right, like it's do or die, because like you put Hydra in a situation where like, okay, I can push it back just about the same, but then you know where Hydra's gonna be, and Hydra didn't want to fully commit to being camped in the lane right behind the bomb. But you got to believe, let the bomb take the hit for you, and just try to reinforce that and just turn the tides against them. But Slater with full confidence, showcasing, very good strength. Really fun to see.
Yeah, I was so. It was just such a beautiful way the deck kind of worked together and kind of made its. Like you look at the deck, you and I were looking at the deck. We saw like they're running very similar things. Like how is the difference in these two cards specifically going to showcase a completely different game of play? Because like you saw, they played very well. Both players played extremely well. They knew the rest of the deck extremely good. It's just that like those two card key differences kind of just lent it to Slater just being so dominant in this matchup, just knowing how to play around this thing that Hydra didn't really know how to answer.
Oh, no, absolutely. And then you look on like the side of like Hydra. Unfortunately, I don't think like Snare allowed like a couple good combos, especially like in the second game, to help bring that back. But it was just not as much of a factor, and that it just happens, right? You're worried about so much on your end of navigating around bombs and getting in the right spacing to kind of avoid things like that you don't get to unfortunately get a full advantage of what you have and control the pace. So, plenty of chances to readjust their game plan with the deck they have in the loser side. But Slater moving forward in this bracket here, we're going to take a look at that. They are now in top 16 on the winner's side here. Some other players who made it through. We have Dragon, who got a 3-1 over D-Heart to make it into the winner's side, top 16 as well. Looks like using the Nira, if I'm not mistaken. And let's see, let's look at A1 real quick too while we're at it.
Yep.
So Reclaimer over Purpley, Ramadi 3-1 over Sans, Show 3-0 over Brandflix, excuse me, and then Blue 3-2 over Garden. So that top 16 winner side is starting to shape up into something amazing.
Second.
One more time, y'all are joining us here at BestieInSlot for the Steam Next Fest Duelists of Eden tournament. Again, over 50 players this Friday night, dueling it out to see who will be the best Next Fest warrior. So appreciate all of y'all tuning in. If you are not following the channel, please make sure you do so and show the support and love to them, as well as show support and all the love to Duelists of Eden. And make sure you're wish listing it on Steam and looking forward to that full release in the future.
Just making sure I have everything on my end as well here.
Of course.
Yeah. So it seems
How are
like
things looking?
Most of our winners are pretty much locked into place. So we're going to be starting to move over to some of our losers matches, and we're going to see how they'll play out here. You can see here it's going to be a lot more dangerous, right? It's whereas you're in the winners stage, it's you lose your round, it's whatever. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but you kind of pick it up and move to the next one. This is the we're in the end game here pretty much, right?
That's true.
You see like one loss and losers, and you're out for the tournament.
It's like
what you do.
My friend Liston the Prince would say, the folks here are in Tartarus. You ain't got you don't have much chances anymore to survive, right? So it is do or die time. But remember, everyone's locked into the deck and character that they are playing through here. So even if you're in the loser side, you cannot make any changes. So you are all in, and you got to believe in what you got. And what we're getting is looking to be a matchup of Celicy versus Reva, as we're going to have our first Celicy of the night here. So expect a lot of quick actions, a lot of invasions. As on their side, what they got, the push slash and step slash, whirl snare, mana catch, step lance, mistletoe, and minigun. So some staples, but some interesting things with the mana catch. And what about on Tattle's side?
Well, you can see Tattle is favored because they're running all fire. It's Celicy.
They went a red deck, all aggro.
Yeah, red deck kind of wins here. We're gonna see how this kind of makes out here. Just kind of tribal into fire and using the benefits off of the burn to kind of deal a lot of burst damage. towards Devrex here.
Ooh. Big clean hit. Nice lead so far. Tattle's just significantly placing those spells super well.
Also, these two players are going to be some of the first few players we're going to see running Mana Catches. Mana Catch is a very strong card, you know, giving you a lot of free resources if you are able to stand still. By the way, a Tattle is just absolutely bursting the living lights out of Devrex here.
Yeah, tough spot. With just the little bit of life left. At 11, but the whirl, the block comes out. Nice break. There's a huge stun into great damage. Oh, that guard break might just be what turns the tides here, as Devrex is finding so much damage.
But realistically, all Tattle needs to do is get one more interaction going on. Devrex kind of standing still, being too afraid to walk into the fire here. A lot of no-fly zones Tattle's pulling out, but no, walks into the whirl.
What a comeback! Devrex bringing that all the way back, finding such a great combination after the break, and putting Tattle on a tricky position that they just happened to wander right into that final whirl that finished them off, and incredible. I mean, that might be. I think it was set up there. I apologize if I didn't catch if there was a spell that led up to it, but Devrex, good first game.
Yeah, it seems like, and here's another problem that we were seeing earlier. It's like Tattle gets hit with a shield, and just takes so much damage as a result of it.
Yeah, I mean, guarding can save your life, but too much guarding could lead to ruin. And right now, Devrex is the one with the big lead here. Although there comes a stun, nice little combo here. Doesn't get any of the fire to land though, and Devrex is staying mobile and avoiding it plenty well using the step slash.
Yeah, one of the things that like you kind of learn as a newer Duelist player is that like shield is really strong, parrying is really strong. However, once you get your first shield break, you kind of learn to stop shielding pretty fast. Because even though it's strong, you are stationary and it only blocks 12 damage before you get broken. And when you're broken, it is dangerous. They're just able to kind of hold up and do whatever they want to you. Sometimes it's just better to take damage too.
No, yeah, exactly right. Because you know you're going to take some damage. As long as you're not getting stunned, last thing you want to be is in one spot for too long. And right now, Tattle cannot find that one good spot. As Devrex, plenty of spells left in hand. Got the whirl, got the minigun. 3 life left. Tattle trying to navigate this and make a big comeback of their own happen, but it's looking grim. Step slash. There's the snare, and there's the finish. 2 up.
Yeah. That was kind of hard. I think you can see that Tattle's just like the game plan just wasn't as strong. You can kind of see there's a little bit of lag here and there. That probably kind of contributed a little bit to the gameplay. What do they say in the that one tournament, Smash Brothers tournament? It's like they're not really lagging. It's just like simulator or some bullshit.
No.
But no, there was a little bit of lag, and I think maybe Tattle's kind of play style here. It looks like they're trying to like catch out a lot of the missteps that Devrex is doing here. Like your opponent has this like fire-based Reva build, and then combo off of that. But sometimes the delay makes it kind of hard to get these good. Like right there, getting so much damage off of that that fire based off a misstep that Lysy does. But sometimes if the delay is bad, it's hard to catch it. But what can you do?
Fighting, not just the player, but sometimes fighting the lag. It's what it is. Right now, Tattle's adjusting, making things happen, getting some damage in. Has avoided the whirls pretty well, and anything too crazy.
And let's not be beat around the bush here. This is Tattle's last game potentially. Right, Tattle loses this. It's 32 health away from being knocked out of the tournament, and Devrex moving on to the loser side. So Tattle's fighting for their life right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, we'll get some quick hits here. Boomerang comes out. It's got a lot of fire on deck, but stuck in this back row.
Damage is coming out. It's looking very, very tough for Tattle. I I don't know how it takes a miracle to come back from this one, especially with maybe this miracle is coming out because now the life total is getting much closer. But one damage comes in.
Oh no! Right into the whirl again. Whirl's the great
That
equalizer and
combo
a
is
finish
insane.
shot. That was so clean. And that's just like the game number 1, right? Same situation in the back row corner, getting pulled right into that sweet spot where the whirl finishes the job. But you can see, like, I mean, again, not just saying how well Devrax utilized their deck to the full advantage, but like overall defensively, they had some great dodges, throughout there. So you saw like in a lot of those good spots avoiding fire by just like spot dodging just at the right moment to avoid like these combos that like don't really rely on like some of them that didn't have like a lot of hits done behind them, just to avoid like the extra damage that might come behind. So had a good like idea what to do defensively against the deck that Tattle brought in. Very fun match though. Good stuff to Devrax moving forward. Fortunately, Tattle has been eliminated out of the bracket.
Yeah, but it played extremely well too. Tattle came off very strong, and was able to kind of show off their interesting deck, but just couldn't really come out against Devrax, and Devrax is kind of strong slicey build.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And that's finally good to see Slicey come through for the one time on stream, and they Devrax still having one more match to try to make it to that top 16 losers bracket, going up against Purpley. So we'll see what they can do a little bit later on. So give them your best wishes as we are just making sure what is good and what's going on here. Through the bracket, everyone's getting that sorted out. But all the thanks to everyone who came together to put together this tournament, especially Greasy Goose, Saya, who's doing some great stuff streaming and making sure everything's looking great, as well as having like deck lists for us available. So a lot of cares went into this. So the team behind this, all the kudos, especially going forward with other awesome events for Duel Sabine, which are going to be super exciting to see.
Oh yeah, 100% here. Let's see what we have next coming on. So it looks like this is gonna be our last game before moving into top 16. That will be on the stream. So we have here. We'll see. I don't know the names just yet, but soon we'll be moving into top 16, and we'll be moving. Me and Raph will be switching off in terms of our other commentators.
Yeah.
Some of which are extremely good players.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Right, we are the opening act for this show, but definitely a great team of folks here. I've had a blast, even if it's just for 1 hour, just hanging out here.
Oh yeah,
I'm absorbing so much of this game that I've loved the series and the players are really bringing their best and making it fun. So it's gonna be. Even when I'm just a spectator, I'm excited to see how this all plays out. And anything you are looking forward to in the rest of this tournament, maybe a character or kind of deck, as we have plenty more matches to see.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of, there was, I am looking forward to something, but I am also not, because it's not happening. As a Queen player, I like more Queen representation, but I think there were not as many queens in the bracket right now.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that they're bad characters. I think a lot of just the newer players are kind of aligning more closely with the kind of characters with simpler game plans. Like Chiretta has a very simple game plan. Saffron has a very simple game plan. If you look through all of the deck lists here, you can see a lot of Chiretta, Saffron, Reva, and Slicey. Well, there's a couple Queen players here and there. I just, she's a little bit of a tough character to kind of learn and kind of play around. And I think that people just needed a little more time in the lab with her. In alpha, you can see a lot more queen players because they had the game, been able to like test the game out a lot more.
Mhm.
But it's tough. It's tough it's us queen players are eating mediocre because our character is so hard. So
Hey, it's kind of it goes with it though. But it's the best part is players like yourself and the other queen players who've been sticking it out for a while help the others, the newbies, really get into the groove of it and help elevate the queen army, right? So, looking forward to seeing you and others bring your character you like into the forefront, as well as just creating this great community and making showing people a lot of love and finding different ways of having fun with it.
Yep. And again, it's tough because like these players are people who have like no alpha players were allowed to play in this tournament, right? So all of these players are players who either have only touched the game during this demo for the last 2 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
or have touched this and the last demo, which was also about like a week or two back in April. So it's kind of tough to be able to maneuver all these like characters and these decks, and there's so many options and so many ways to play. Most people kind of will gravitate towards simpler characters for now, and that's fine.
Of course, yeah. It's like a gateway drug, right? It gets you in. It opens you in. It starts. You get the first little taste. You get hooked, and then you got to keep going to the next. You maybe try something else, see what works for you, as you just fall more in love with the game and really find where you fit in. And maybe you're a person who mains random select. Maybe you're one of those kind of people who are just like, I'm so good, I can play whatever character, give me this deck, and I got this. More power to you. There's masters out there, I'm sure. But for now, our next masters will be Garden coming up here with the Slicey, and we'll be going up against the Interstellar. So I love the deck name here for Garden. The I am in your tiles. They are gonna be invading the right side and making front and center.
Yeah, you can see here you're playing a bunch of these slashes, and like cross is like and a bunch of like AoE around you. So their goal right now is just kind of like jump in and press as much buttons as possible, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I mean, we saw the Slicey the last match, so we'll see how Garden, with their own take on a Slicey deck, is gonna go out. And Sharetta will be on the side of the Interstellar. Anything on that deck that you see that stands out? I think a couple of ones that I'm looking at are really unique spells so far we've seen.
Yep, and let's also while we're waiting for the game to start, let's talk about what these players are fighting for. Right, I don't think we've really touched up on.
Oh yeah, we've not. What are they fighting for?
So the top 3 will be getting there is a $100 prize pot split amongst the top 3. So first place will be getting $60 USD. A second place is going to be getting 30 USD, and third place will be getting 10 USD. First place will also be getting a custom title of their choice in this game, and everybody who has made top 8 will receive an alpha access code.
Oh,
so there's a lot on the line here.
Especially being on the loser's side. That means so much. It's just going to be, it's all out from here.
Yep.
As
it's a connection test for now, so we're gonna get into the game soon. Let's go look at we were looking at Garden's deck earlier, but let's talk about
I noticed some really unique things here. What do you see?
Hail. I think a big one I'm noticing is Hail. Hail's like, cost 0. It's almost like Thunder, but like cheaper and does less, right? But it's kind of a way to like really shuffle the deck fast, get through a lot. And it seems like there's a couple of like snow and ice synergy here, but I really like that card as like hey, I just like want a 0 cost thing to shuffle through the deck real faster. Anubis on the Interstellar side is also really interesting too, because it's just going to mean that Garden has to play a lot closer to the front to get rid of all the poison that comes out.
Yeah, a lot of status effects. Interesting to see V bring that into the forefront. There's the barricade. Just trying to rope off Garden. But Garden, maintaining the lead here, has been finding just better damage overall as the finally gets a big chunk from the stacks of the ice. But it doesn't seem to be happening enough to really stop Garden from just initiating where they're playing right now.
Yeah, if I were V Interstellar right now, I would be playing like doing exactly what they're doing right now, kind of playing a lot closer to the front, because a lot of Slicey's doing a lot of like dash moves and trying to like getting around, playing around this like step dash range, right? But you kind of want to be kind of out of that range, but also dodging a lot of like the close damage that they're doing. But unfortunately, even though it was looking pretty strong for V Interstellar's side in the beginning, you know, Slicey, a couple of combos here and there, especially with every single card in their deck on Garden's side, kind of interlacing with each other, it's going to mean that like you get hit with one of these buttons, you're going to get hit with all the buttons, right? So V Interstellar has to play a lot more, you know, conservative, a lot more safe, and try to really maintain their space and be outside of this kind of 2 to 4 range distance here.
Yeah, no, for sure. And right now they're keeping up. There was a small lead here. And you mentioned they're playing more forward. You know, they're playing a little slower, but it's very much calculated. So it's working well in that way as they've both shuffles on both sides. Small delay here. Now we're back at it. Managed recharge. There's the Anubis clean hit. Big stun.
A lot of
but
damage.
Still
very close on both sides here too. A lot of damage coming out for V Interstellar, and now look, V Interstellar has the advantage here. 5 health above. Garden has to do a lot of damage here. Gets a big bombo, and now Garden back up on the strong side, getting hit with a whirl though. And now it's still anybody's game.
Oh, and the barricade landed perfectly, taking advantage in the front, and then one more on that third row, cleaning it up. V Interstellar, the placement of that last couple spells, just ending that so efficiently.
And now we're 1-1, right? Don't forget, this is also the winner of this will go to top 16 on the loser side, and the loser of this is out of the game, right? So this is anybody's game for real, and just so much on the line here, especially if you you know, have any dreams of getting that top 8 or getting that top 3 even.
Yeah, getting that alpha access, getting a little bit of chunk of change. It's always gonna be nice, but right now, Garden in the driver's seat. There's the barricade, but I'm not worried about my side. I'm in your side. Gets another chunk of damage there. Poison's on there, a little bit of ice, but not afraid because it's not enough right now on the Interstellar side, like game 1, to really drive Garden to playing more conservative as they're just taking things on the chin.
One thing I'm really noticing between two players too is that Garden's kind of holding on to a lot of these like cards, holding on to a lot of this mana, getting ready to like dump all 6 mana at once. So you can see here, like big 3-mana combo, etc. Whereas V kind of just like is pressing a lot more, you know, shooting a lot more weapon attacks. Don't forget, weapon attacks cost mana, right? And you can see here as, you know, Garden takes that game 3 incredibly strong. But yeah, V Interstellar, you know, if they're like waiting on a card or thing here, they'll like toss out a weapon attack, something. You know, being a little bit on this less mana, right? Right now, look, their hand is a 4-mana hand. And it's like, how are you going to use that if you don't have 6 mana?
Yeah, just really rough spot there as they're just trying to find their way now. But they're so down, and Garden continually just quick short bursts, getting the damage in. There's the push slash into more damage. It's going to be over before you know it. Oh, what a stun.
Garden side, and this might be Garden's ticket into top 16. V Interstellar 21 life away from losing it and being knocked out of the tournament for good, as Garden hopes to cement themselves as a top 16 level player here. One more damage coming out.
Hey, perfect spacing, and that does it.
And Garden takes it 3-1. You know, V Interstellar putting up a very strong fight, but unfortunately, you know, it's a zero-sum game. One person's out of the count, and in this case, unfortunately, it is V Interstellar that loses it and is knocked out of the bracket, with Garden moving on to loser's side top 16.
wonderful play there, and just really good deck. That honestly, my big takeaway is just seeing Garden's deck was very effective against what game plan that V Interstellar had, because like, you have a lot of setup that works well on the Interstellar side, but with Salicy being so invasive and not really worrying about what's on her tiles, I think that that really worked out to their advantage there. So really good matchup for Garden. Good stuff from V Interstellar. Unfortunately, they're out of the tournament, but hopefully to see them in a future event, and looking forward to see what Garden can do in Losers Top 16.
Yep, I agree. It's so interesting. I think everybody has been playing so well. Even these games that look like 3-0s, just like both players are just doing so impossibly good. And it's like, it could have been anybody's game the entire way.
Exactly, and that's just the fun part of it, right? Be it a winners match, losers match, it's always like, as we say in the fighting community, 3-0. It was close though.
Yeah.
But speaking of close, I think that's going to be enough. We're going to close it out for myself and Shusai of this portion of the tournament. We'll be bringing in our next commentators, so I'm excited to listen to them bring some hype to these top 16 matches. Anything you want to say, Shusai, before we step back?
Yeah, again, one more time, if you like any of this game and you've never played it before, the demo's still going on for probably about a week or so. So try it out, if I'm not mistaken. So try it out and see if you like it. Play a couple of matches online. The Discord's very helpful, very kind and welcoming. That's my spiel for Duelists of Eden. I think it's a wonderful game. Definitely my top 3 favorite fighting games to play. That's my spiel for it. In terms of a personal spiel, follow me on Twitter. I'm at @shu_sai on Twitter. I don't talk about Duelists of Eden that much because alpha tester, but I am. I talk about like Exerd and I talk about Go Bros and all that other stuff. If you like those games, I'm great.
Hey, great games, and those were great games we watched. Stay tuned for more of the Next Fest tournament here with Duelists of Eden action all throughout the night. For myself and Shusai, we'll catch y'all later and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
And we're back. Nice to meet you all. For those of you not familiar with us, my name is Motive, and this is Papa Gurgle. Papa?
Hello, everyone.
You excited for this next match coming up?
Let's see, which one is next?
Looks like we have Reclaimer and Ramadi.
Ramadi is... I'm pretty impressed with Ramadi. And Reclaimer had a very good performance as well.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch Ramadi's game, but Reclaimer was very good in what I saw. Looking forward to what they show us today. It looks like it's going to be a Nira versus Chiretta gameplay.
Yeah, I'm assuming it is Ramadi on the Nira.
That's what it looks like on a kind of like standard Frost build. Not too heavy, and then Ramadi's still doing the Warp Rays, which... I mean, but they're not going to be changing their list anytime soon. They didn't have that luxury that we had.
Yeah. Well, you had. I wasn't allowed.
Fair enough. So for now, we just get to keep waiting. I will say, the lists this time are a lot more varied than I'm used to seeing in these kind of tournaments. A lot of different experimentation going on, and a lot of people playing lists that I would actually consider to be very strong lists. Normally, we go into these and you see the usual Tsunami, Backstab, Sweeper, which are fine cards on their own, but we're seeing a lot more combo gameplay, which I'm very impressed in this group of players.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, I'd say the Chiretta and the Slice players have been running something pretty close to what I would run.
Yeah. Maybe they just saw some of the lists that a lot of the alpha players are running and copying them, but I do know there's quite a few players in here who have just been able to figure things out on their own.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I think with each beta that comes out, like, the new players that are coming in are stronger and stronger each time.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now we're just waiting on Reclaimer for a bit. We can get into our first game. Anything you want to go over regarding the two players, or just in general?
I haven't fought Reclaimer that much, but I did play against Ramadi recently in matchmaking, and I did actually have a pretty tough time. I didn't think too much about Nira's new weapon since it had no hit stun, but if you're not careful, it can do a lot.
Yeah, I am a big doubter of the new Nira weapons. It's made me drop the character, but the people who have stuck with it have been managing to make it pretty good. I know there's the whole Spear Nira, which I think is actually a really interesting adaptation.
Oh yeah, the weapon 2 and a transmute, just making bunches of spears.
It's a very interesting combination of sequencing there that I never thought of, and I kind of wish I did.
Yeah, transmute, I've been messing around with it recently, and it's surprisingly powerful. I'd say it's almost in the same slot as minigun can go.
Absolutely. All right. It looks like Reclaimer's in, so we should be starting soon. And it looks like we're probably just going to be going right into it. I will say, the Nira list is actually on much less Frost than I thought. I kind of just saw the Frost. And I saw that she has the Frost Barrage, and it just kind of clicked for me, but looks like it's only just the one spell. Very interested on why they picked Nira then. Maybe they're just a fan of the series that she's from.
Well, it's definitely a very good jumping off point for people wanting to get into a game.
Can't say I'm familiar with it myself.
All I know is I got beaten up by Nira a lot in the first Freedom Planet. Alright, so Reclaimer getting a kinetic wave in there, but not managing to combo anything out of it.
Really good Warp Rays.
And very nice combo from Ramadi.
Right now, it honestly looks like we're just watching both players throw everything in the kitchen sink at each other. This is like a no-hold-barred cage match, just throwing everything out, no waiting.
Does seem like Ramadi is getting the upper hand, though.
Absolutely, huge
and
life lead,
another
Chiretta.
Warp Rays into a world, very nice.
Very good hits. I will say, The new dagger, the one that swaps positions, I've been seeing it a lot lately. I think that's a new fan favorite between players, and it does look like Reclaimer's able to actually squeeze up some of that health gap some. Good root.
Yeah, Kinetic Wave is putting in a lot of work for both players. That is probably one of the scariest spells to get hit by.
Ooh, and the weapon to finish it off. Reclaimer with a huge comeback in that round, able to come up a 50 HP deficit.
Right, Reclaimer getting hit with the Shadow Shift and getting quite a bit of weapon damage in.
Still seeing him holding the Auto Slash. I wonder if he's holding it for a specific pair. Ramadi able to actually get a lot of value so far out of the Push Slash into Backstab, hitting it almost consistently at this point.
Reclaimer is back down to 30 HP already. This is going very quickly.
Very good gust into the prediction on pull, but nothing to follow it up with. Holding the Kinetic Wave into Auto Slash.
Reclaimer's trying to throw stuff out, but there's nothing to really combo into. And the Mistletoe, one more hit will do it. But Reclaimer is regaining some HP. And the Frost proc will do it.
1-1. No time waiting. These players said, we don't need to breathe, just run it back. Go straight in again. Good opening hand with Auto Slash for Oz, but he gets stuffed out.
Reclaimer missing the whirl on that combo.
Holding the Warp Raise again, shuffles it away. Very smart call in my opinion. The backstab from the Kinetic Wave, classic combo.
A player just throwing stuff out, seeing what sticks. Push slash backstab from Ramadi.
Auto Slash,
Very
push
nice
slap,
combo.
backstab. Very solid. Misses the root though.
Very nice Warp Raise into a Shadow Shift. Not quite hitting the whirl combo.
Ramadi's cleaning up these sets very nicely. 2-1 now. Hitting a lot of these Frost Barrages. I feel like Reclaimer could step back and try to play slower and dodge them on reaction. But that was a good block as well. That's definitely another answer he could use.
I'm definitely impressed by just how much damage Ramadi's dishing out, because just looking at the deck, it doesn't look like it can take you down that quickly.
Yeah, he's been able to string his combos well together, get good value out of them, and his straight hits are actually really on point, like that push rifle into the backstab there. Reclaimer almost getting another raw Warp Raise. I feel like we should have a count at this point. I think he's up to 3.
Ooh, very nice backstab into whirl.
Yeah, huge combo.
Not hitting that Warp Raise.
Kind of whiffing everything here. I will say I've started to notice Reclaimer does have a tendency to throw his Warp Raise on row 3. If Ramadi is able to notice that, they can take advantage and make sure to just dodge consistently.
Very nice raw whirl there.
And Ramadi takes it. 3-1. These are best of 5s, right?
Good question.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Very quick game.
Really
I was not
fast.
expecting these sets to go that fast, but like I said, both of these players just throwing everything out. Ramadi having been able to constantly get a little bit more value out of their hits, I think, as we can see on stream, the Kinetic Wave into the backstab, just so good and such a huge value engine, considering both are only 1 mana.
Yeah, Kinetic Wave especially is something to look out for. I have seen 45 damage combos coming out of that.
Yeah, Ramadi is definitely someone that I'll have to keep my eye on in the next few games. I think the pressure alone that player is able to put out is probably enough to just smother other players of their caliber if they're not prepared for it. So we're going into a match that I'm personally vested in. It's going to be Shoix into Blue NSL, and I could say I like both of these players. Blue NSL, very strong Riva, always happy to see them in Shoix, being a buddy of mine from Eternal Return, and an extremely good player. I think we're in for a hell of a match coming up.
Yeah, I've played with Shoix a few times now, and I'm very impressed.
Oh, man. For those of you not familiar with the list, Shoix is going to be playing more of a like combo list. You're going to see it from Violet. He's looking to combo off of tiles 2 and 3 back and forth quite a bit. Blue NSL is running a very standard list you would see on a Saffron on Riva, which I think is the more interesting pick. But he plays it very well, and I think Riva's new Weapon 1 can actually hold the strategy decently.
Yeah, I do feel like it is almost an alternate. It's very similar to Weapon 1 on Saffron.
We're just seeing a lot of fishing from Weapon 1 right now. Spells getting thrown left and right. Shoix getting decent value out of this shear.
Seeing Shoix go for some pretty precise moves, like Raw Thunder.
Yeah. Ooh, huge
nice combo.
Riva's yet to find a good hit. They're gonna have to. And the Weapon 1's very good at
many
it.
combo starters. Shuffles it away. Good choice.
This could be huge. Oh. Pulled him away. But still manages to convert quite a bit. Very impressive. Shark's just throwing the potion kind of as bait. Almost
very nice Twinferno.
Both players just throwing it out.
And hitting the Raw Thunder, very nice.
Very strong round between these two. Shoix opening with Twinferno Whirl, very awkward hand, but the pull does help confirm it. Riva kind of on the same end with the backstab. I feel like it's something you really don't want to see too often in this without some kind of way to guarantee it. Because Shoix is showing he is not afraid to sit in that front row.
Another very nice VO combo. You always have to look out for when you can use that Weapon 1 to extend whatever the heck you're doing.
Good block. Twinferno is something that you can just block with the 6-bit shield, especially considering Riva can just refresh it. Ah, the hit step on the pull feels so bad.
Another row 3 Twinferno. Like, Twinferno is not that scary anywhere else, but with that deck, it can command basically anywhere else.
Oh yeah, and the Weapon 2 to clean it up. Shoix with a demanding presence so far in these first 2 games, showing exactly why this character has some of the scariest combo potential with a list like this. Blue NSL still has a lot of potential to be able to get value out of this. There's so many things Riva Weapon 1 can do, like hit into Mistletoe. Just gotta clean it up a little bit.
As far as combo starters go, the only ones I'm really seeing are Blink and Pull and maybe Kinetic Wave.
Yeah. Shoix not really feeling like he has to respect it at all, though. Really strong hits. Able to confirm almost anything out of that Weapon 1 Shoix. Dodge on the mark. Double hit on...
putting in more work.
I think another thing that's kind of big to talk about here is Shoix's use of Mana Catch. Just able to continue the pressure in situations where Blue NSL has to step back and start recovering. Just kind of taking its time.
Safe.
Very good hits. That's the kind of things we need to see out. Oh, the row 3 Twinferno into the whirl. Fast 3-0, but not an easy one, I will say.
Yeah, that use of Twinferno was insane. Just the amount of times it was doing 12 damage.
Absolutely. The Twinferno, dash forward, backstab, it's just such a good combo. Shoix's list has slowly been refined over this last this beta, and I think this list is a monster right now in this environment.
Yeah, and again, it's pretty close to one that I use.
Everyone talks about how strong Chiretta is. I feel like Violet needs a little bit more representation on her.
Yeah, not too many people are playing Violet. I feel like they have. I feel like Violet has slightly more combo potential than Chiretta, but just Chiretta's ability to convert off of her weapons is so much stronger.
She's also just... Let's be honest, there's definitely a majority of the cast who play her because they think she's visually appealing, I'm sure. And I can't blame them.
Yeah.
But I think we could definitely see a resurgence in Violet after this. I wonder how many Chirettas are still playing her from the days when, like, Caltrops was still in the game, and we were all just playing moveless.
Oh yeah, and Caltrops buffed Chiretta's weapon. That was insane.
Right. Good times, good times. I don't miss them at all. All right, going into the next game. I don't know if we have a delay or not for this one, but it looks like it's going to be Chippu and True Dragon. Chippu playing what looks to be a very straight line list. He's got kunai, knife, bouncing blades, minigun. If you're standing in the same row as him, this man is going to eat you alive. Nira, being True Dragon, is going to be on a frost list with nope, not a frost list. It's just spear. Boomerang, transmute, spear wave. Hailstone, I think, being the only actual frost card. Once again, getting baited by the Nira pick.
Well, I guess when your weapon can inflict 2 frost, you can hope that puts in the work for you.
Yeah, I mean, landing a single hail and then letting you just weapon 1 does mean you'll get the frost proc if you happen to get them on 2 stacks. That means the first hit of the frost will stagger them, and you're guaranteed to get the second. A lot of interesting timings you can get with that. HOAI bringing up a very good point. Coming from the playtest and seeing no artifacts is confusing. But after playing it for a bit, yeah, I think a lot of people have that same mentality where it's like seeing the artifacts go on, there's this shock reaction. You're like, oh, the game's surely won't be as good. But honestly, I think it's been better.
Yeah, surprisingly, I didn't really notice them missing at all.
I think we're seeing more deck variety because of it. It feels like there's less of a linchpin on these major artifacts that we were seeing, like Caltrops, Redstone, Capacitor, and people are actually just allowed to express themselves more in the lists they're playing, and that's part of the reason I think we're seeing things like the new Spear Nero pop up. Yeah,
personally, I do still kind of miss ones like 2-2. That one let you shuffle to do some damage around you, which was very nice for just covering your bases if you were weak against summons, but you're supposed to do that too.
Mini Mjolnir being the one that was always the bane of my existence. I'd be comboing someone and then they just shuffle and all of a sudden I'm being comboed. Not too much though, only weapon ones.
Let's see, was it Shid who was doing a ton of stuff with Mjolnir?
Him, and then there were a few Japan players I got the privilege of playing. They really loved it as well.
Yeah, you could confirm into Ragnarok with it, which was a little busted.
Oh, just a little bit. All right, looks like we've got this up. So it looks like we should be starting soon. Hazel versus Nira. I think this Hazel list is actually very interesting. First time in the tournament so far that I'm seeing will have a Beam Crystal, and this is a card I think not enough people are playing at the moment. It can be a defensive monster if the opponent doesn't have an efficient way to clear it.
Yeah, Beam Crystal, the places where I have seen it be used, it's, I'd say especially when your opponent fires something at you and you just place down the Beam Crystal, there's nothing they can do. They're taking 10.
Right. And it adds up. A lot of times you can just sit behind the Beam Crystal and relax.
Yeah, and especially on Hazel, who can set that off whenever she wants.
Dragon's showing that they're much more of a fan of the weapon 2 to start with. We do see a Stinger, gets a good hit.
Yeah, I do also see the Flamberge.
Wow. Talk about an impressive wrench.
And the Spear Wave gets countered.
Does look like Hazel's deck is going to rely on just landing the hits and then throwing everything at you. The root's going to be very important for that. And then I believe Wrench can also probably confirm into most of these. Very good transmute.
Both players playing it pretty safe, just throwing it out, seeing if their opponent will walk into it.
Very good flame breath. Here comes everything.
Nice. Yeah, the combo potential on Hazel's Wrench is pretty crazy, being able to combo out of stuff like Minigun.
And the new sound effect definitely helps. Really helps improve the wrench supremacy mentality.
So to be honest, it kind of reminds me of the crowbar sound in Half-Life 1, so kind of rooting
I
for
think
Gordon
that's a good
Freeman
thing.
skin.
Dragon does manage to wrap this up against Christopher Nova. Let's see if Christopher can bring it back. Very good parry. Does get the root, is able to capitalize on it. Dragon definitely preferring this W2 so far, and honestly, I can't blame him. It's putting in a lot of work.
Back in the day, that was actually Nira's only weapon, so there were a lot of strategies pretty similar to this one out there.
Okay.
Very interesting trade there. The Beam Crystal getting set off by a Flamberge, so both players got hit.
Strong Spear Wave. Ooh, triggers the
another
Beam Crystal. Christopher Nova actually getting a lot of value out of the Frost Barrage this game. Gets the transmute.
Only have more spears, but...
Yep, ready for the next Spear Wave. Does
Dragon
get 12 off of it. Sorry for the hesitation. Christopher Nova just kind of sitting here. Not too much to do at the moment. Both players opting to just reload their decks and just relax.
I'm kind of interested to see what the Barricade is doing. I do like Barricade. It has some of the fastest frame data in the game, but there's not too much combo potential for it in this list.
That's true. He does get the root. Not able to kill, though.
Ooh, very nice combo there.
Flame Breath is one of those cards as well that I think a lot of people just aren't giving enough credit for right now. It's been buffed so much. First hit of Twinferno, though. Not able to do anything off of it, sadly. I think this is one of those showcases where showing what the barricades are doing. Trapping the opponent in the first row and just letting you be able to throw stuff at them can be pretty strong.
Both players are playing it about as safe as they possibly can.
Oh, it's Flamberge. It looks exact. So he's using Weapon 2 with Flamberge to be able to get the hit trigger on it. That's interesting. Able to get both hits of Twinferno.
Alright, Chipster not managing to punish that transmute.
I feel like we haven't seen too many massive combos out of Christopher Nova, and that's... I thought I was about to be proven wrong, but the Weapon 2 trading very well from Nira.
Yeah, the Beam Crystal is putting in a lot of the work damage-wise. Chipster just doesn't really have any ways to get their opponent to the front row, which is where Hazel really shines for those long combos.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're starting to see here, is Chipster does have to constantly throw out like raw roots and hope he can get hits. Now that Dragon has adapted and is sitting further in the back rows, Wrench isn't able to give him the value he needs anymore. And there's the root.
Right there.
A lot of damage from that. Ah.
Right,
I can't even say I'm disappointed. Nira's showing up a very good setup there.
Yeah.
Honestly, Spear Wave is one of my favorite cards. I'm glad to see it do well.
Yeah, Spear Wave is reactable, but just barely, so if you're not ready for it, it's gonna hit you for 12.
I think in this situation, this was one of those games where watching Chipster, it was very easy to feel like he was running away with it, because there'd be so many times Chipster would get a straight hit and just knock Dragon down like 30 HP. But I think Dragon was just able to like get clean hits here and there, nothing too flashy, and just slowly power his way through.
And it does seem like Dragon managed to adapt near the end to stay out of the front row, just to keep away from those massive combos that Hazel can do.
Right. Pretty good showing by both players. I will say, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of 3-0s today. I would love to see someone get the 0-2 and then get reverse swept, or just a constant back and forth. I think those matches are always the more fun.
Mm-hmm.
At least from a spectator standpoint.
Yeah, Duelist, though, has such a focus on the deck building that while it's sort of Wild West, you can just have one deck crushing the other so easily.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I do think that deck preparation can be the end-all be-all for these kind of things. Going into our next match, it looks like we have Sladerish and Crow. Sladerish will be on Chiretta, playing general combo that we've seen: Whirl, Step Slash, Push Slash, Bomb, Minigun, just value cards here and there. And Crow on Shiso, playing very similar list, almost 1-for-1 with a few small exceptions like Kinetic Wave instead of Bomb. So we're going to be seeing a very similar setup here, almost a mirror, just two different characters.
Now, I am very excited to see the bomb play from Sladerish. I was very impressed in the earlier rounds.
I have to say, I'm very impressed at how bold I think it is for Crow to come into this playing Shiso with no
giant payoff
minions
for the weapon.
Yeah, no payoff, and then no building, like nothing to get the two reload at a time. I wonder, perhaps I've said a few times that there would be some Shiso players who maybe just reload one and then just use it as like an interrupt against the opponent. Nothing fancy. I do think that that's not an awful game plan.
Yeah, I mean, Weapon 1 is pretty solid just for general use. Just you have to make sure that you're safe while you're reloading, or you can just have your health go away in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. As a quick note on this, I see a lot of people in the chat talking about how they'd love to see sideboards or love to see different decks, and I do want to say, in previous tournaments we have run sideboarding, allowing you to just change decks on the fly. We've run one where there were multiple decks allowed, so I think the big thing at the moment is just experimentation, seeing how things work. This may not be the game plan going forward, and on the same end, it could also end up just being a very interesting format. So keep that in mind. It may not be for you, and it may not be for us in the long run, but it's still a fresh game. We've got a lot to learn, and we're hopeful that you guys will be here along with us in the meantime. The one thing about this I will say that I like is that going into this locked deck means that you have to prepare so much more. Like, you can't just go into it and, for instance, not bring something to answer Bomb with. Something like Push Slash or Step Lance, because it's like you'll just end up eventually running into one of those players who has a bomb, and it could feel like an auto loss for you just because you can't answer it.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting how just the rules for deck selection completely change what deck you want to build.
Right. Whereas some people could say that thinking of just being able to change your deck on the flies means that it really just comes down to, like, who could go first or who takes the first win, and then you're just constantly counterpicking back and forth. But I think there's room for both to be enjoyable.
Yeah, for a tournament like this, definitely it hurts the one tricks a lot more. Just because if there's a counter strategy and they run into someone who can counter them, well, that's it.
Okay, we're going to go into a quick connection test here between the two players. Just make sure that things are running well. I will say, looking at the jitter test on the screen, I think it should be alright. But you never know. You could go into a 40 ping lobby and then all of a sudden it's the most unstable connection you've ever played. And then you play someone at 200 ping and it feels like butter. That's the beautiful thing about this kind of netcode, is that you never really know what you're going to get. Alright, quick into the button test. Things look good, so it looks like we're going to have a nice, interesting match ahead of us. Sladerish running 3-step cards, I do think is very interesting on Chiretta. Not something that I feel like we see very often, but it's obviously paying off dividends for them so far.
Yeah, step cards are definitely one of my favorite things to include in pretty much any deck, just because their potential to combo into each other and any payoff.
Right. I mean, I'm at the point now where I pretty much put Auto Slash in everything, which means that I often end up putting Mistletoe and everything along with it. Can't say that I think it's great, but it works. All right, and here we go, getting into our first game. Toretta has Push Slash Backstab. Not an amazing combo, unless he's just gonna walk up into the second row. What a group. Yeah?
Push Slash Backstab is pretty good on Toretta, though, just because that weapon 1 makes you able to cover the entire field.
That's true. Shiso going through, getting his times to reload here.
See, Sladerish already has a bomb set up in the back.
Looks like he accidentally whiffed the weapon 1 before trying to go for it. Man, these traps are insane. Oh, I kind of see what Uko's going on here. He's using the steps to go in. Oh, wow, massive damage while I'm busy talking.
To make it safe to reload?
Yeah, and then try to reload on his opponent, but I feel like that hitbox was removed, so I don't know if it still works.
Saw Crow going in for a Step Lance into Whirl. That's a very nice combo if you can hit it. But it's one that you have to buffer the movement for, so it's pretty tough to get consistent.
Pushing the bomb back onto his side. Not getting too much out of it, though. The lightning, thunder. Always get them mixed up.
And Mistletoe will do it.
Absolutely. Very close game, actually. 3 traps set off there from Uko. That's an adaptation I feel like he's going to have to make, is just being a little more mindful. But Sladerish is also just reacting to the steps and throwing it where he's going to land. Showing him that it's not as safe as an option as people might think. Takes the damage from the bomb. Tried to disarm it, I assume? Step Lance decides to burn it so he can get the reload.
Yeah, Uko's having a pretty tough time finding safe places to reload.
Absolutely. Bomb backstab being such a massive, just amount of pressure here. Sladerish has the bomb primed for backstab for when they shuffle up coming next time. I assume he'll probably push it back, but we'll see.
There is a very scary weapon combo you can do on that row where you just keep hitting your opponent into the bomb with the tipper.
Yeah, as long as there is something there for them to move into, it will remain true. So it's absolutely scary.
Whoa, getting hit by a trap. Oh,
Ah.
but the bomb doesn't blow up.
Sladerish had a chance to kill him, but he gave it
The
away.
backstab does it.
All right, 2-0. Interesting opening. Sets up the bomb in the same spot. Really valuing just getting that combo. Uko using the bomb to reload. I respect it. I think it's good. Taking a little bit too much damage from stray spells in the meantime. A very nice world. Slade is honestly really impressive with his predictions so far. For both of these players as well, their movement just seems really clean, able to move around the board so quickly. Push into the trap.
Another claw trap. Seems like after that root nerf, it's not doing quite as much as it used to.
Still good though.
Yeah. Not quite hitting that mistletoe punish.
Shuffle back the bomb, probably looking to backstab with it. Gets a good hit. Uko actually landing some good damage here.
Oh, and that second one pressure is too strong.
Yeah, just able to throw it until the cows come home. Slade takes it 3-0. Another quick set. I have to say, the trap putting in a lot of work here. Slade just being able to throw it out, either push his opponent into it. There were times that Uko would go for like a step, Slade would throw it onto the tile that he stepped from. Just showing like not only great game sense, but impressive reaction time as well.
Yeah, if I didn't know any better, I'd think that Sladerish was an alpha player.
Yeah, he's had a very good showing. Watching these clips here, you can see that it just feels like Slade is able to just put out more pressure than I think Ukwo was able to. And I feel like a lot of this, we mentioned that it was a very similar matchup, at least in deck sense, with characters being the big difference. And this is how I've always kind of felt with Shiso in these, is it feels like if the Shiso player isn't able to match pressure without his weapon, they just slowly fall behind. And I think that's kind of what we saw there.
Yeah, especially with just all those bomb traps, like bomb backstab, for example. That can take 9 tiles that you can't step on until that goes off.
Right, and then Charetta as well, just able to use their weapon constantly, getting amazing value out of it. Not really caring if they're just burning the mana, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up now, we have Mikkel in blue SNL. Or NSL, sorry. Mikkel, I think, is a not infamous, but well-known player in the Discord as being a very strong Shiso player, playing the people's champion of Ragnarok, essentially.
Yeah, he has been using a lot of one of Shiso's strongest combos, step canceling your weapon to push your opponent to the back, and then casting Ragnarok.
Right, just able to get so much value out of it. Alright, we've seen both of these players before. The question is, who's going to continue forward? We got a lot of Mikkel sweeps in the chat, so they have identified their favorite. Auto-slash Mistletoe, very good open. Mikkel taking it slow, getting some reloads, taking 10 damage for it, though.
Yeah, blue is punishing these reloads hugely.
Wow, I wish it was 10, and I'm sure he does too. We're almost up to 50 at this point, and Mikkel hasn't even finished reloading his gun.
On whipping
almost
the
a
rag
great
combo.
moment there. But he's still able to get some good damage out of it.
Mikkel
Blue
having a
NSL.
very hard time reloading.
Yeah, Blue NSL putting on a lot of pressure with this weapon one. A lot of people just like to sit in the back row and reload, and this is basically Boomerang at home he's using.
Mm-hmm.
But with how much he's getting out of it, it might just be the better Boomerang. Dodges the mark.
Very dangerous looking. Ooh, wow, blue going for that weapon one to blow up the beam crystal.
Yeah, but I think as long as Mikkel still has the Ragnarok on his side, he has a chance. Good beam crystal as well there.
Yeah, though Mikkel will need to have 2 Ragnaroks to close this out.
Great use of shield there, though. All the way down to 1.
The beam crystal. Blue is in Ragnarok range.
Oh, it was close. Just comes down to who can clutch this
do
one
a raw
out.
Rag. Almost hitting that Raw Thunder. And the beam crystal does it.
Reba with the suicide. Honestly, though, very close game. This might have been one of our closest ones yet.
Yeah.
It started to look like Blue NSL was just kind of throwing things out. Maybe it's nerves, or maybe they're just really anxious to get this done. But a little more accuracy there, and I think they could have had it. Great opener, down to 20, or down by 20. Mikkel going on the aggressive.
Wow.
Very impressive. Push Step Lance into Ragnarok.
Yeah, Step Lance into Ragnarok is actually true if you get all the hits. Very nice Raw Thunder there. Into a Rag.
These are the things we need to see. Mikkel just landing the Ragnaroks, making everyone feel happy. Reva's actually able to answer that very well.
Oop, not quite hitting the Rag there.
Mikkel has to sit on row 3, which does make him a little bit more susceptible to the weapon 1.
And blue could just throw out so much pressure. Mikkel can't catch a break, but loses to the beam crystal.
2 times in a row. Beam Crystal MVP this game, honestly putting in a lot of work. Goes for the step cancel. Reaper once again taking a 20 HP lead.
Mickle throwing down that Beam Crystal right before the weapon comes out. And getting a raw rag. Very nice.
Love to see it. Huge combo from Blue NSL, though. Even gets the last mistletoe. Squeezed every last bit of juice out of that hand they could.
Blue taking cover behind the Beam Crystal.
Question now is, are they going to be able to close this out? He dodges the mark. He's got 2 steps available. He can get some good health back from this. He's going to need it. Squeezed a little bit out. He is in lethal range from the weapon 1.
And again, that shield just pressures the board so much.
Does manage to catch it. Blue NSL bringing it up. We might see the reverse 3-0. Some people would say it's commentator's curse. I'm just saying I'm hopeful. The longer these games go, the better. Counter hit from the weapon 1 there. Doesn't get the full value out of Mistletoe. Oh, that was close.
Blue getting a very nice combo in the back row there.
Riva, not caring that she's rooted, decides to say that I'm not stuck here with you. You're stuck with me. That was a very interesting interaction.
Yeah.
I did not know you could pull the Beam Crystal and move out of the way.
I had no idea either.
When I saw Mickle's shield go up there, I have to be honest, I was really worried that we were going to see a shield break.
Right. Mickle having another rag combo on deck.
Yeah.
But taking too much damage before he could try.
We're seeing a battle between 2 ideologies here. Blue NSL able to just constantly pop out damage from his deck, and Mickle is just looking to throw Ragnaroks at you and hope it sticks. And it works. Can't deny that.
Right. Mickle getting some good chances to reload here.
I think the one thing we're starting to see is Blue NSL actually starting to play very well around the Beam Crystal. Getting a lot of value here, even making it hit Mickle on his way in.
Wow. But Blue runs right into the Claw Trap and then into the Rag.
There's nothing more of a true combo than walk in the Claw Trap and get hit. I think we've all done it.
Ooh. Wow, that was a
almost
tough one to
close
hit.
It out.
Yeah, Mickle found it. But the world takes it.
Huge
that was
upset. Reverse swept from Blue NSL, able to clutch it out with a 30 damage combo.
And almost every set being down to the wire.
Cannot believe this. From the first 2, honestly, hard to believe that Mickle wouldn't take this set. But Blue NSL making all the correct adaptations, able to just turned this whole set around, played well around the shields, played well around the Ragnarok. Mickle was still able to find a few, but far from like the first 3 that he hit in the round. I have to say, like, this is by far my favorite set of the tournament so far. What about you, Papa? You got any favorites yet?
Well, I think I might have said before, but I am a big fan of Slater, just with all the bomb stuff.
Last game showing.
Yeah, and also very big fan of Shoix. Just just some very solid VO gameplay, and just going for combos with Weapon Tipper, which I haven't seen from anyone else in the demo.
Absolutely. Have to say I am a big fan of Shoix as well. I'd be a liar if I didn't say we played quite a few first to 10s, and he has hosed me in most of them. The man is definitely way better than people would consider a beta player to be. But like I said, a lot of these beta players just like showing this new blood isn't messing around. They are here to win.
Right, so for our next game, we have Ukwo versus Devrax.
Getting to see a run back from Ukwo in loser's side. See which one of these players is going to continue on and try to get their cash prize. Devrax starts with a Mana Crystal, able to get an advantage here. Dodges through the world. Showing that step and dodge is still one of the best defensive options in the game.
I think Ukwo will have a hard time in this matchup, just with Slicey being able to get in and pressure whenever she wants.
Absolutely, but Devrex doesn't seem to be pressuring his reloads too much, so Ukwo will have a bit of an easier time thanks to that.
Very nice step lance into whirl combo there.
Ukwo also putting down his shield at just the right time, and able to punish back afterwards. So the shuffle's done. The root? Not too much out of it, but enough.
Devrex having 2 homing cards there, but none of them hitting.
Man's moving around like he's playing DDR.
Yeah, Ukwo making the most of those step cancels out of the weapon.
Good hits. We're seeing a lot of situations. Oh, and the shield break. Not too much to get out of it, set with an empty hand, but it's enough.
Yeah, Devrex is getting a bunch of these snares in, and that's leading to massive combos.
Absolutely a raw whirl from Ukwo. A few more reloads, and he won't get
That
them.
was very nice. That was a, yeah, that was a step lance, step into the whirl. So that was moving 2 tiles over.
Able to do quite a bit with that. So he does have the movement. Almost caught him with the whirl.
Dodging the whirl in the back row.
Normally watching these, you'd figure that the player with a mana potion is able to just, like, put out so much more, but honestly, it doesn't feel like it's too bad. Ukwo not spending a bunch of mana, but spending it wisely.
Yeah, Devrex definitely is not throwing stuff out willy-nilly, definitely going for just the bigger step combos.
And sometimes, honestly, it's the right call. You just put out so much pressure, it's hard to cover. It's hard for the player to, like, cover everything, and as we can see there, like, the straight hits, they add up. Shuffling very quickly, love to see it.
Very
Good
nice
punishment
mistletoe
also,
punishing.
Little bit of hesitation there. Shiso has the full hand. A lot he could do with it.
Devrex getting in with a lot of pressure there. And missing all 6 shots.
Possibly backed off because of the whirl. Was afraid to step into it.
Another big step lance whirl.
Full mana. Devrax, and
Oh no, another root!
Devrax's roots have been crazy this game.
Yeah, especially with whirl, that doing 12 damage. And pulling you around.
Honestly, can't say that I'm, like, not impressed from just how often he's able to confirm those roots into something bigger. A lot of people started to complain with the root nerfs, and they were like, oh, you know, you can't do as much out of it. Devrax is here to show you you're wrong. This man is getting the world out of his roots.
Yeah, the root nerf definitely... I don't think it's really cut down on the combo potential, because once you have that first hit in, you're golden. And another root, but not getting too much of a payoff off of it. Landing, I think, a raw whirl there.
This one's looking a lot more close. Good step lance. Huge
Very
combo.
nice.
Well, unfortunately not reaching that far. I do that all the time. I understand. You press the button and you just wish that it would reach 4 tiles. Ukwo able to create a sizable lead for him now. If he can convert, this would be a strong win. Almost hit the raw thunder.
See, Ukwo can kill with weapon if it lands.
Nice! Good step lands. Weapon off of the confirm. 2-1. Will we see the run back?
Very nice
Good
opening
hits,
combo
but
from
sadly no
Ukwo.
reloads.
Another root from Devrax.
After the reload, auto slash. Oh, doesn't get nothing from it, sadly. Or gets nothing. Strong hits from the root. Slash, push slash. Wonder if he's gonna get anything. Good hits. The Shadow Step has honestly been really impressive in this set. Just using it both to reposition, but also like punish like situations where the opponent may have like been out of place. I always laugh a little bit watching him shoot the gun backwards.
Cool not having too much combo off of there.
Good dodge on the root.
Ooh, very nice auto slash.
Devrax takes it 3-1. Solid games. All right. And looks like things are shaping up pretty nicely. We've got a nice set of players so far. Devrax showing good representation on Silici. Shoix on drawing a blank. Violet. We've got blue on Reva. I think this is like honestly just a really nice showing of characters. There were a lot of people coming into this who would have sworn that we would have seen 8 Torettas in top 8. There was no way it was going to be any other way, but it feels like almost every character is viable in this game. What do you think?
Yeah, I think... I mean, there's some I haven't seen much of, like, I don't think I've seen a Dreadworm yet, but definitely I've been surprised at just the diversity of the characters being used and how far they've gotten with them.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone on Dreadworm since the change either, to the new weapon too, Garnet Flare. I think our previous one was really cool, and I was excited to mess around with it, but I just never got around to it before it changed again. But there's definitely potential there because it's so delayed. She gets to throw it. There's not a lot of like recovery frames, so there's just room. I think there's a lot of room for shenanigans there, where she can get like a beam and then maybe Ragnar picks you out of it.
Yeah, and I don't think I've seen any Maple either, which definitely surprised me, because I think she's one of the more solid characters.
I won't say I'm too surprised, because there was the recent nerf making it so that like the wrap has to trigger on, I think it's 4 damage now. And even if it's not like a drastic change to the character, I think any kind of nerf like that is going to have a knee-jerk reaction from the community. Especially looking at a tournament coming up, they may have all just swapped to characters who the community just perceives to be stronger, like Shiso, Chiretta, Nira for some reason. I'm a big Nira doubter, but I mean, hey, some of you have been showing me that I might be wrong today. I might have to pick the character back up.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking much about Nira too, but well, results are results.
Right. Well, it looks like we're going to go ahead and head out here. Papa Gurgle, do you have anything to say before we leave?
I suppose not.
All right. Well, it's been nice meeting you guys. We're going to go ahead and pop it over to Windfall and Index. I'm Motive. You all know this is Papa Gurgle. You'll see us around either in the Discord or in the ladder, and we look forward to seeing you all again. Good luck and enjoy your games.
Alrighty.
Hello, everybody, and here we are in top 8 of this Duelists of Eden tournament. I am absolutely hyped for this. I've been watching the entire thing, and I have seen so much good gameplay from all of these demo players. Oh man, I cannot wait to see what we have going on here.
Yeah, and I unfortunately was a little bit busy with school, but so I haven't caught things, and I'm looking at some of these characters going into this, and wow, like when we were talking about the demo opening, like as alpha players just before, never did I think I'd see Vio and Nira making it through on winner's side. That is really surprising, and I'm so glad to see all these demo players surprising us.
Yeah, and on top of that, just like not just any Violette, Shuix going just completely undefeated so far. Absolutely insane.
And wait, he hasn't dropped a game? Is that what you're
Not a
saying?
single game.
Oh, oh my gosh. Okay, I was talking to Shoal before this, and he was like, all I care about is that how do you pronounce his name? Shoix?
I think it's Shuix.
Shuix. He was like, all I care that is Shuix makes it. He's more than made it. He has.
I guess soon we will find out whether Shuix is finally going to drop a game this tournament. Alright, so it's looking. We already. I'm relatively familiar with Shuix's deck. It looks like he has a sort of Bio combo variation, but it looks like he also has a bit of poke as well with Twinferno.
Yeah, this definitely feels like he's going for both poke and combo to even out some of Vio's sometimes struggle with actually getting the first hit.
Yeah, but it looks like Shuix is not having any trouble getting the first hit. Already just landing a massive combo there, tunking Ramadi for about, like, I'd say about 30 damage from that conversion. Once again, just combos after combos from Shuix.
This is clearly a well thought out deck, but also let's just talk about Ramadi's deck and how he is keeping it even though it feels like Shuix is just dominating a lot. There he goes. Ramadi brings it right back.
The first game off of Shuix this entire tournament. Absolutely amazing gameplay from Ramadi there, keeping up with Shuix's high damage output.
And I feel like this deck is almost very odd to see from Anira. I'd expect a lot of W2 play, but this feels very centered around W1, and he only has one Frost spell in this deck. Wild to me, but you know, clearly it's working out for him, so I love to see it.
Oh yeah, I mean, clearly Ramadi does not need W1 to get the damage off. Alright, once again, Shuix just really making the most of every single hit that he gets to land. Now that's something that takes a lot of skill to do in this game, to be able to just constantly convert hits, you know, just straight hits into as much damage as you can possibly get.
And it's all about it. That's the name of the game, is making this game last as short as possible.
Even there, just that combo right there, just completely maximizing off of that shear.
For sure. I agree. The more I'm looking at Shuix's deck, the more I'm realizing how well thought out it is. Just like even the whirl being there with the Twinferno, and then out of whirl, you can combo into VOW1. Like, everything looks so well thought out.
And I actually just, I want to talk about Shuix's hand a few seconds ago, where he had Push Slash and Backstab in his hand. Now, you see, when you're fighting Violette, that's a very dangerous hand, because you sit in third row, you get tippered. If you go any closer, you get Push Slash into Backstab, and if you sit in the back row, you get Backstab.
I know.
It's a very difficult hand to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't see all this potential from Vio, and I'm having to just see it now, but I'm glad to see it here, you know, where it really matters, so. And, I mean, I don't want to. We keep talking about Shuix, but let's just talk about Ramadi for a second, and how all of these, like, punishes, he's really making it work here, and see, things like that. Competition is tight. These players are very good.
Yeah, I know. We have seen some amazing gameplay from this tournament so far. I have really been blown away by the amazing gameplay that I've seen, and it looks like Ramadi is just keeping up the pressure, getting Shuix at 3 HP and taking it with minigun. And I believe this is 2-2. So Ramadi threatening to put Shuix, who has been undefeated so far, and losers. I think that goes to say just how strong of a player Ramadi is.
For sure. This is. It's going so fast. It's hard to commentate over it.
Yeah, these players are just going back and forth with these high damage conversions.
Damage just through the roof, like exceeding expectations with how these conversions are going. And I have noticed from Shuix is how good his world tracing is if he doesn't hit his auto slash whirl. He is on you with the whirl. He is aware on how to really make that damage come out. Ooh. Oh my lord.
Ramadi being very low HP here, going to have to make quite a bit of a comeback.
That was a great bait of the backstab.
Shuix lands a single hit. He will end him, taking the set.
Oh my lord. That's crazy.
That was insane gameplay from these players. Good stuff from both Ramadi and Shuix in that set.
And, I felt like Shuix never just had a hit where he wasn't getting more than like 3 or 4 hits off of it. I don't think he ever did. That's so crazy to me.
Yeah, and on top of that, I just want to point out, Violette, to me, is arguably the most difficult character in the game. And even among the other alpha players, we consider Violette to be like top 2, top 3 most difficult characters in the game. So for Shuix, who's not an alpha player, Shuix is a demo player, be able to reach this level with such a difficult character in such a short amount of time is absolutely impressive. It is insanely impressive.
Okay, so apparently we are just in Nira land today because we are going to have Dragon playing. I had the privilege of playing Dragon yesterday. He has a good deck. And I like the way that he uses it, and I am not at all surprised to see him in winners semifinals right now. He was rocking it. So, and he's going to be playing against Chi. And Chi, as we know, the demo players have been hyping up Chi, saying Chi is the best character at times. And so, it's good to see that Chi made it to winners semis. I haven't seen too many Chis other than that, though. I see a lot of Cilician losers right now, so.
Yeah, and I just want to point out the cards that we're seeing in this Cheese deck. We have Claw Trap here. That's going to be strong for controlling the map. We have Bomb, we have Push Slash, Minigun, we have Whirl Thunder. There's a lot of potential to do damage with this deck. So,
and what stands out to me is the Step Slash and Auto Slash. I think initially you don't think Chi is a character to really carry both of those things, but also holding Push Slash. All of these things are super interesting, but the Bomb and the Claw Trap and the Whirl and the Thunder and the back, like, these things are almost her bread and butters. And I've seen a lot of Minigun as well, so.
Minigun is a very strong card, so I am definitely not surprised to see it.
Yeah, extremely strong card. Mistletoe too. And Dragon changed his deck last night to include Twinferno. And apparently it's been working out for him. So
yeah, Twinferno is quite a strong poke tool if you're just looking to get some extra damage in your rotations.
A lot of Dragon's deck focuses around using W2 and then capitalizing off tile 3 because that's where people are going to want to be because they don't want to get hit by W2. And so he's holding Twinferno, Barricade, and then he has his classics with Spear Wave and Transmute. And then he has some structure play with Flamberge.
Yeah, so we have a lot of area control going on in Dragon's deck. But let's get into it.
Oh, is this? Okay.
Let's just connection test. Okay.
I was about to say, Dragon's starting off really slow.
We had a lot of weapon poking.
Oh my gosh, is this DOE neutral?
The infamous DOE neutral that we've heard about.
That's DOE neutral against Salissi. That's okay, now I'm interested to see just how explosive this match starts.
And now we're getting into it. All right, let's see. Let's see what these
Okay.
players have in store for us.
Starting off with some flame to discourage some movement, yeah.
Yep, landing the Twin Inferno right there.
And I feel like, Slaterish already has most of his setup down, which means that it's very, very dangerous for Dragon right now. But the boomerang is going to be so massive here.
Yeah, the boomerang is going to be able to, going to allow Dragon to be able to clear any bombs in his back row, which is how Slater has been getting a lot of his damage in his previous matches.
And if you really think about it, where does Chi want bomb at all times? Either on that top row, or she's going to want it on back row. Maybe row, you know what I mean? So it's going to be very hard with Boomerang to actually get those bomb conversions that he was saving Boomerang for that.
Yep.
That was so smart.
And Dragon just immediately pulling out the counterplay.
Dragon is playing very, very smart right now, and it's leaving Slaterish with a bit confusion. And I really feel like Dragon hasn't done anything that's just wildly too big this match. He's really just playing patient and knowing his counterplay, holding his cards right, and then, getting damage where he needs it.
Yeah, just shutting down a lot of these setups from Slaterish, because Slaterish no longer has that access to bomb in the back row that he'll need to really maximize the amount of damage that he can get in his rotation. So I'm gonna see how he tries to adapt to that.
But right now, Slater's in the lead. He has good defensive play right now. Ooh, well, that just changes with one spell.
Slater is no longer in the lead.
Crazy how one spell makes the difference. Ooh. Both of these players playing a much, much slower, much more calculated game, which I like to see. Oh, okay. Well, this is very, very interesting.
Right, Slater getting some poke damage with that weapon attack there.
This is a much closer game than game one, and those shields where he's shielding the Flamberge are massive. He really needs those.
Unfortunately, missing the thrill conversion there. We kind of just have like a lot of back and forth, no huge combos, but just, just both players poking each other back and forth, just landing damage wherever they can get it.
And what I really want to see a little bit more of is Slater is trying to play off putting bomb to the side and then using W1 to combo him into his own boomerang blow up. Maybe we could see that.
Dragon taking game 2 there, and we're definitely gonna need to see some more adaptation from Slater if he wants to come back in this set.
That was good awareness of the Flamberge and staying up to avoid the explosion.
Both players just tossing their hands in the trash there. Very, very early.
And while I was playing Dragon, I will attest that it is so incredibly difficult to keep up with where W2 will actually be placed. I feel like we're kind of seeing that a little bit. So, oh my gosh, this is...
We got poke damage.
A lot of poking, yeah. This is much as the previous winners semi set was mainly focused around comboing and getting like as much damage as possible. This is safe gameplay. This is poking where you need it and getting good damage, and then continuing from there. So it's interesting to see that both are still very viable in this game, like at the top level. So
yeah, sometimes it's better to just focus on playing more defensively, playing safer, and then just getting the damage where you need it. And Slater being able to take this game, showing us that he can adapt enough to deal with the disadvantages that Boomerang has put on a strategy.
It's crazy how one card can really just throw that much of a wrench into an entire game plan. But it is really good to see that these players are still able to adapt. They have a reason for why they brought all their specific cards, and look at that combo. He clearly has brought things that aren't just solely focused around bomb, and so that's really helping him out right now.
Right, but yeah, I do want to say that I am definitely seeing a lot more, ever since that first Boomerang came out, Slater has pretty much been placing bomb exclusively in the top row, I believe. Just trying to get any sort of use out of it that he can.
I love to see it. A perfect spear wave dodge.
Yeah, the frame downs,
Spear wave,
you know, that's
it's
a very
so
difficult move
fast.
to avoid.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you see how he's maximizing that tile 3, as I was talking about earlier? If somebody is stepping in between his W2, he just throws out his barricade, his Twinferno, and on top of that, his structures are keeping him safe from a potential retaliation. It's a very good strategy.
We have
But
a
right
very
now,
close game here. Pretty much the next hit is likely going to end this.
but you know, Slaterish with zero oh, he had 1 frost. I totally missed that. But Slaterish taking the game, bringing it to 2-2. Despite how hard this seems right now, with his bomb essentially being nil.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
Even with bomb being completely shut down, Slater being able to adapt and being able to still be able to take Dragon to game 5. You know, that's just showing, you know, the skill level that we're seeing.
And you know what I feel like is also very interesting is that really I think Slaterish is starting to use the fact that he has very good tile 3 control against Dragon, because Dragon brought things to control tile 3, but you know, it's Chi W1, which is so good. So he's mainly started to change what he's focusing his deck on. And it's not around bomb, it's around W1. Interesting to see.
We got Slater with a fairly decent lead here, so Dragon is going to need to land a pretty strong series of attacks in order to close the distance.
Yeah, that was a good punish. I like this slow, methodical gameplay, you know? It just shows that, you know, this game isn't just all Unga Boonga, I guess.
Yeah.
Lack of better words.
Slowly but surely, Dragon is closing that gap.
Yeah, this is a very tight last game. This is actually that all of these moves are deciding factors. That dodge was massive. He really needed that. Oh, he scrapped his deck. Oh, that's massive.
Goodness. Oh, this is really down to the wire here. Just amazing defense from both players throughout this match, and Slater getting the weapon confirmed into Whirl.
The Twinferno frames off from coming out, and instead, as I was saying before, Slater's deciding to shift his gameplay mostly to controlling tile 3 because he knows he has that advantage, that frame advantage, and taking the win off that. Such a good showing.
Yeah, the reverse 3-0. That is very interesting. I believe somewhere, I don't know which player said it, but I know that there was some player, one of our commentators on stream was looking to see a reverse 3-0 happen. Here it is.
Yep, adaptation. And it was really good adaptation. Like, truthfully, even looking back, like right now, I'm like, how the heck did he do that? Because so much of Chi focuses, like when you bring Chi with bomb is so important, and not having bomb, that was super good by Slater. Super good.
Yeah, you know, when you're running bomb in your deck and it just gets completely shut down by like some card like freaking like push slash, or you know, you're fighting Maple and then he just throws your bomb back at you. Or you know, a boomerang on the field, you know. And having your bomb shut down and just, you know, basically having a brick in your deck, you know, it's pretty difficult to deal with. So, good job to Slater for being able to make that adaptation and reverse 3-0 that set.
Yeah, and now we'll get to see who is coming up next. And I believe it is going to be, let me check.
It is
Blue versus Bloopity. Yeah? Ooh, let's see what they are rocking here. Blue is rocking his Reva, and I played this Reva 2 days ago, and I mean a 2-to-1 ratio. He had me close. Like I was barely winning every time, and he was winning a lot of those games. This deck is really good, and its back row control with Reva W1 is so good and ridiculous. But back row control matters very little against Silici. So interesting.
Yeah, so Silici actually kind of likes you being in the back row. You know, it's actually a bit scary because a lot of Silici's confirms happen by pushing you to the back row first and then hitting you there afterwards.
Looking at you, Whirl. But yeah,
That's step lands into Whirl.
This Silici is carrying the most eccentric deck I've ever seen in my life. He's holding a line. He's holding Zenith. He's holding Snow Cone, which, I mean, that's kind of par for the course. He's holding Dimensional Sword. This dude is wildin'. He's cooking. He is definitely cooking.
He is cooking. We're about to see what Bloopity is cooking. He made it this far.
All I gotta say is he deserves to be here. Because
I will say, you know,
I gotta see this deck.
I've seen Zenith take somebody out of a tournament. You know, that is how I won one of my sets back in our tournament. It's because Zenith took out the enemy.
You had Zenith in a deck? I don't even remember that. Oh,
No, I didn't have Zenith in a deck. My opponent did, and it killed him. So, not a lot of players like to run Zenith, so I'm kind of interested in seeing how Bloopity will use the card here.
I'm a Zenith fan.
Oh, and right off the bat, World Shield Break. All right.
And what is so wild to me is the Align. Like, I've never seen a Silici hold a line, and I'm so ready to see what Align is doing here. Like, yeah.
But, well, clearly, whatever Bloopity is cooking is some tasty stuff because Bloopity has a major lead right now. About 40.
This is so crazy. Did you see that he was using the oh my gosh, that damage! Oh, it is so close.
And killing him with the line. Oh my goodness.
That was the only line he used this match.
Oh man, never thought I'd see a line be used that way.
That's his kill confirm. Oh, and the step back. Oh, that was really good. I'm a fan. I'm definitely a fan. I'm a big Zenith fan too.
Oh, and another World Shield Break. That was actually interesting. Landing
this damage is so
melee in the world.
This damage is so crazy.
Oh my goodness.
He's a W2 user as well. Oh my lord, he's cooking. There's nothing else you could say than cooking. I think Zenith is. Continue.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I think he's using Zenith as a way to force people up so he doesn't have to dash and he could just use his melee spells, which is the best use I've ever seen.
Honestly, probably the only use I've ever seen of this card. And a third World Shield Break. Oh my goodness, Bloopity.
He's cooking. There's nothing else you can say than he's cooking. Oh my gosh. And, you know, oh my lord, even with Blue getting, like, you know, free, like, we were talking about it the other day, Blue loves Shield, and the reason he's actually running Reva is strictly because he loves Shield. So these worlds are tragic. Like,
NSL really not trying to go out yet because he is just starting off this match super strong. You know, Bloopity already at 25 HP and Blue NSL almost at a full bar and just completely steamrolling Bloopity in this match. 94 HP left. Blue NSL is not going out like this.
Oh, he delayed it. Oh.
let's see if Blue NSL can keep up this momentum that he'll need to make the comeback here.
Oh. Yeah. This is
BOE neutral right there.
these I feel like they've started to figure each other out, and it's not necessarily mellowing out, it's just they know what's happening. You know what I mean? Like
I just want to point out, I don't know if you caught that, the line into Zenith there was quite interesting.
yeah, I did catch that. Maybe that's why he's running a lot. Oh my gosh, this deck is just
Is just catching him.
it almost like it, and nothing against the deck because I absolutely love it, but it almost feels like this was his starting deck and he was like, nah, I'm gonna make it work. Like
He's making it work.
He's 100% making it work. I
He
love
might
it.
need to make it work a little better if he wants to take Blue NSL out of this.
Yeah, this is so close, and this is really anybody's game because we all know Solici.
No, it is Blue NSL's game. Oh, are we about to see another reverse 3-0?
Oh please! I'm a big Blue fan. Not to be biased, but to be biased. I'm a big Blue, but also I just love this deck. Oh my gosh, I'm so conflicted. I really just want to see both of these players succeed. It is so unfortunate they're in losers. This is so good.
Yeah, Blue Bitty was just an incredibly interesting deck, and then Blue NSL just being a very strong, well-liked player overall.
Very strong, very active, you know, has definitely been earning everything he's been going for. Changed his characters and deck so
And
much.
another shield break this game.
Oh my gosh.
4 shield breaks so far against Reva, who's a character
Okay.
that keeps her shield a lot of the time.
We need to... Oh no! Oh no, he used Whirl! Okay, this is close.
This is down to the wire right here.
Ooh.
Blue NSL is going to have to pretty much avoid getting hit because, you know, any conversion at this point. 5 HP left, really going to have to...
Oh my gosh, that saved him.
Defense.
No!
And being hit into the Zenith. Blupity taking Blue NSL out of the tournament.
That was such a close game. Such a close game. And being so bold as to use W1 right before the Zenith comes to confirm into it. Oh my lord, what? He's cooking! He's cooking!
Blupity is cooking.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
This has to be the most insane deck list I have seen throughout this entire tournament. It to work so effectively is even more insane. I never thought I would see, you know, Zenith, Dimension Sword,
Yeah, this
line in the same deck and it worked. But
You know what it
has
is?
made it work.
He's definitely using Dim Sword to hit into the Zenith too. To cover the one line that doesn't hit. Oh my... This deck is thought out. It's thought out. That's the craziest part, is that he thought it out. Like, the more that I'm thinking about
Seeing
it,
stuff we're not seeing.
the more that I'm thinking about it, the more big brain this deck is. I'm just so, like, I'm shook. I'm so shook.
Oh, Blupity just has that 1 million IQ deck right there.
And it almost, like, I don't know why, but it just feels like, for some reason to me, it feels like it's about sending the message deck. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I love it. I love it so much. Okay.
Alright, but up next we have Garden versus Devrex. We've seen 2 absolutely insane sets so far, and it looks like we're having a
Solici Ditto.
You know,
Leah is absolutely so happy right now.
I bet he is.
He is jumping with joy to see his Solici Ditto. But he's also so sad to see a Solici lose. Listen.
Honestly, we're seeing pretty much 2 similar decks here. It's just that one is pretty much opting to get their damage from Whirl and Minigun, while the other is opting to get their damage from well, I guess also Whirl, but they have Crossfire and Sheer.
One's definitely more centered around, like, a little more easier to hit and maybe even extensions, and the other is centered around, I'm just going to deal a lot of damage. Yeah.
Well, you know I love my Minigun extensions from Skellige.
I know this deck is already speaking to you, man. But I've played Garden before, just like a couple times, and I think I played Devra. Oh, that was actually a really good sheer conversion. This is interesting. And I really don't see...
This will be quite difficult to keep track of because both players are just going to be kind of just running all over the place, dashing onto each other's fields.
Yeah. But that makes it like even harder to keep up with for these players that are involved, which means that they really got to be on point. And
let's start counting the number of whiff step spells here.
oh, that is so smart. You know what I'm noticing about Devrax's deck right now is that he has things that counter step, like minigun and snare are countering like missing step. And I think that's going to be really, really massive here, and it's showing to be really massive right now just looking at their health.
Yeah, Devrax having a pretty strong lead here, so Garden is... Oh! And Devrax getting the shield break and almost taking the game there off of that punish. Garden just surviving with a little bit of HP left. And that may be all it needs. That may be all Garden needs to be able to come back from this.
I mean, Celici is the comeback when she just hits so many confirms in a row that she gets her 13 health, you know, and you just... Sometimes you feel like you can't kill her unless you get, like, a full combo. That was a great shield.
We've had a few rotations go by and Garden's not dead.
Yeah. This can get really, really scary for... Oh! I was going to say scary for Devrox the longer this set goes out, but he keeps his cool and he maneuvers in between that mistletoe to find a whirl.
Good stuff for both players. You know, it's definitely hard to be able to land hits in this kind of matchup where, you know, both of these players are kind of just everywhere, just dashing into each other's space.
Mm-hmm. And I want to say that at the end, I really started to see Garden somewhat adapting by dashing closer to his back tile, starting his dash closer to his back tiles, so he couldn't be punished for overextending with like minigun and snare and things like that.
Oh, so the return cancel, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's what I thought I saw. We'll have to see, but if so, I really like it. Just the in one game adaptation.
Rex really getting use out of that snare right there, catching him in the back row and getting a nice combo.
Root will always be just so strong, and you know, Devrax realizing that. Oof.
You know I love my Root.
Yeah, unfortunately I do. But you know, Garden is getting a lot of these. I feel like he's getting a lot of stray hits, and they're doing a lot of damage because of the spells he opted to take, which is very massive for him.
Yeah,
but then Devrax
will need a bit more than straight hits if he wants to take the game over Devrax, because Devrax is getting combos.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was about to say. It's just like he gets that one combo that brought him from, what, 60 to 30 or something like that, and you just start to notice that, like, how important it is that he's hitting a lot of these easy-to-hit confirms. Oh, that's close.
We're seeing a lot of shield breaks lately.
Yeah, we are.
From the previous set and then from this set.
And you know what I think that says? I think that says a lot about how these players are using shield more than probably some earlier players in bracket, and how that is just talking about how they're experimenting with like their defensive options. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Unfortunately, using defensive options like shield against Whirl can be quite risky, because Whirl will insta shield break you, and it is also an amazing punish if you are shield broken.
Yes.
It will do a lot of damage.
It does it all. That combo was he scraped that combo back. Like, it looked like he was just gonna get the one hit, and he managed to get all that. That was really good. Oh, he stepped before using mistletoe, and it wasn't true.
Ooh. Nice little short combo there from Garden. We got some DOE neutral.
We got some Celici DOE neutral. My favorite. No way. Oh, that was so smart.
Catching them with the whirl on the return.
I saw him lining it up. I was so happy. Oh,
Garden saving up some mana there to get the most out of getting the most out of Step Mistletoe.
that was so smart to use the bait of the mana. That was really, really smart. And this is a dead even game.
Yeah, I think it's partially due to just the fact that these players are just having such a hard time hitting each other and really getting these combos off because they're moving so much, you know?
He didn't shield, and if he did shield, there was a good chance he might. Well, no, he was about to shuffle, but it would have been close. Oh, he didn't go for the whirl. Oh, that's tragic. That would have been so close. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, well, there's the whirl.
There's the
and
whirl.
Devrax taking the set with a clean 3-0.
That being said, I do just want to talk about Garden's adaptations and how he felt like he was getting steadily better. But then Devrax would just pull out these combos that, like, he would, like, I just feel like he was, like, reaching for him, and then he always grabbed him. Like, it looked like a far reach, like he'd get, like, just a stray cross, like, what is it, crossfire hit?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. But he would just pull these combos out, do a ton of damage. Very, very
But
big.
unfortunately, he was just outpaced damage-wise by Devrax.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. We up next. I believe we have which one? is this?
Dragon Blue Pity. Mm-hmm. We're gonna be going through losers quarters first. This is interesting.
All right. Well, let's see. Blue Pity's super special deck is gonna be enough for him to continue further in this tournament.
This is. I just want to talk to Blue Pity after this. Like, you know what I mean? I just want to get to know the madman behind this.
Well, I want to know the thought process behind building this deck. This is interesting.
The longer that I look at it, the more I see it, and the more I'm like, how did he see it to begin with? You know what I mean? Like, like how did he look?
He got that third eye.
How did he look at all the cards in the deck and go, yes? Like,
It's like, what if Dimension Sword into Zenith?
what if a line on Silici? Crazy. Also, his deck is named Next Fest.
That's well.
To the point.
Let's go for this moment.
A blunt man. This is so good.
All right, but let's get into it. We have Nira versus Seliki.
And you know what I'm thinking right off the bat? Is that Nira is moving back and forth a lot to do W2 effectively, you know, to get her transmute off W2 and things like that. And how much is Zenith going to affect that kind of stuff this game? And, like, just clearly off the bat, it looks like a lot of this is really hurting Dragon. He is.
I think we actually got kind of a bit of an answer to that question there, because as soon as Dragon was actually kind of forced to move to the front row, he just casted Spear Wave, you know? And I guess Spear Wave will pretty much prevent him from being punished in that scenario. So we'll see if he implements that counterplay a bit more.
That was massive, and he's brought it right back, but he did not. Bloopity did not get the world conversion. You know what else I noticed is that he has push slash for the Zenith. He's like forcing Zenith to work. I love it. He's like,
I will make this card useful.
that's my man. I love Zenith. Zenith's one of my favorite cards.
But if Dragon does want to continue on in this tournament, Dragon will have to find the counter to Zenith, which is I never thought I would be saying that.
I have to say that.
You will have to find the counter to Zenith to win. And Bloopity taking the game there with that World in the back row. And how many games have we seen now taken by World? World is ending games constantly.
Enough to understand. I feel.
Oh my goodness, that line The Align there.
Never did I think I'd see a
Back row.
Celici player do a line backstab whirl. We're
Seems like
living in a
exclusively Coretta combo. I guess we're seeing it on Selkie.
we're living in a different reality right now. I don't know what to say.
This is a different meta.
Oh
but
my
I
gosh,
actually
you can
love
do
that
that.
so much. Setting up the Align into the back row and then into the melee so that you can get the drag on the whirl. It's like, I love that so much. And honestly, I haven't really seen that from Selkie
neither.
at all.
I haven't seen that ever. I haven't seen that from a person running step.
And
That's
Blue
genius.
Taking another game off of Dragon. Is Dragon going to be able to find the counterplay he needs to win here? I think if Dragon's gonna want to be able to take this, he's gonna have to find some way to get around that Zenith, you know? I still can't believe I'm saying you have to find out how to counterplay Zenith, but...
I think it's so much set play. I don't even think he gets hit by Zenith that much. It just leads into hits.
Yeah, it just limits his options, because, you know, getting 9 of your tiles just completely becoming inaccessible is very difficult to play around.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And I mean, you just think dodge, but then the Celici player is just all like, ha, get hit by the largest combo you've ever seen. Oh my gosh.
Sheer into a whirl, oh, the damage.
These are just combos I never thought I'd see in my life on a Celici player, and I'm loving every second of it.
Hopefully, Dragon...
Can he do push slash into W1 into whirl?
Maybe.
This
Probably. And the Zenith is taking him out. Loopity with the clean 3-0 over Dragon.
I don't know what to say.
Oh my goodness. We have a Zenith player in loser semifinals. Oh man, this is a night.
The alpha players could not be further from wrong. We could not be further. And I'm so happy we could not be further from wrong. This is crazy.
This is amazing. This is amazing. I'm loving what we are seeing here. We're seeing a Violette up here in finals. We're seeing a Selkie and a line Zenith Selkie going into the losers semifinals. Oh, this is entertaining right here. This is pure entertainment. This is peak entertainment.
What? I'm just taken aback. Like, some of these things, like, let's just say with Dragon's deck. Dragon's deck is creative. But, like, you could see where he started. He said, W2 structured, let's play off of it, right? Bloopity really said Zenith. Yeah. Bloopity didn't even say, I have one of the best weapons in the game. He said, I'd like to use Zenith.
Okay, but here we have Ramadi versus Devrax. So Devrax coming from the loser side and Ramadi being taken out of the winner side by Shuix. So we will find out which one of these players is going to move on in this tournament. We have another Selkie versus Nira matchup.
I know, that's quite... I just never thought I'd see Nira popping off the way that she is. Honestly, when they changed her W1 to not have a hit, I was all like, she could like fall off. And I really thought that people would be demotivated to even try her. But clearly not.
Hey, even after the hit stun move, I was saying Nira's still good, you know, even without the hit stun. The hit stun makes Nira broken. Without the hit stun, Nira's still good, just not broken.
God, that was a time.
Alright, so we have two more normal decks that we're seeing here.
We are seeing some spells fly too. We are seeing. Is this a this is a check?
This is the check. This is the check.
This is. I was about to say we are seeing them throw spells everywhere.
Yep, they're hitting the ghosts.
Nice, seems good.
I do want to point out the 37 jitter, jitter there. I'm pretty sure it's a bug right now. I don't think the jitter is actually 37, but like what I've noticed today is like my jitter like goes up, then it never goes back down, even if
I can explain it if you want, just really quick. It's because jitter was made to last longer, so that because it would like go by too quick during matchmaking. So like you'd be at 40 and then go down to 6, and then it'd be like, oh, you're good. Now it just lasts way longer, and sometimes it's not the most accurate. That's all that's happening. But into the match.
Yep. Got a lot of poking going on here. Both players kind of just trading damage.
Lots of pokes. And I have not seen Devrox hit too many step anything. Oh, I say that.
There it is.
I say that.
Step.
Speaking of.
The step lance into whirl combo there. Honestly, the Selkie signature. Step lance into whirl.
Oh, and that was a great step back, being aware of where Ramadi was and what he was looking for, and getting a whirl punish.
The more damage off.
Good dodge.
Unfortunately, not getting the whirl there. I don't know. He may have been out of mana.
No, I think he hesitated a little bit because he did the step and wasn't sure if he hit her with the step lance.
Devrax does have a lead here, so Ramadi's going to need to...
This is so close.
Devrax did have the lead, but now it's a bit closer.
There it goes.
And yep, there's the step lance. Deadly card.
Yeah, I have not seen Ramadi avoid too many step lances so far, which means he's kind of just taking consistent damage to this, and that's very bad.
Yeah, step lance is one of those cards you need to play around it, otherwise the damage that you'll eat from it is just so much. But I mean, shoot, Ramadi's returning that damage right back to Devrax there with that insane combo.
And I think it really shows in the fact that, like, look at how well Ramadi avoids almost all of these other step spells. Like, he's weaving in between all of this so well. But then when Step Lance comes out, I feel like he's really starting to struggle. Oh, that was a great...
Nice read there with the minigun, catching and stepping into.
And these are... I think I've seen Devrax dodge every single Frost. I'm forgetting the move. But...
We have an even set now. Both players one game up. So got some poking going on here.
Great punish on the mana. Oh, and he waited for the dodge to actually use Mistletoe. He's crazy. Oh.
Catching him out of the step slash there.
This is...
He avoided step lance. Oh, he avoided it.
I think he might have buffered it, and then it buffered on his way back. I don't know if he wanted that. Oh, and that's great use of just, like, some intimidation. He's shuffling after every combo, too, to make sure that he has all of his options available to him. Like, he's shuffling immediately. Oh, and I think I've seen Ramadi intentionally use W2 to be on his mana pot, like, 2 or 3 times now, which is really smart.
Yeah, you definitely want to deny him of that mana, because those combos can be deadly.
But they cost a lot, so... There it goes, yep.
Ramadi's gotta try and find that sweet spot area where he can be safe against Step Lance, because that card will just keep on hitting you for tons and tons of damage.
I think he's finding that sweet spot, but he's not dodging in time, and then he's just getting pulled back.
One thing I am noticing from Ramadi is that I think Ramadi's kind of falling into that bad mindset of trying to avoid Step Lance by moving into the back row. You know, that's actually the place you don't want to be.
Yeah, you want to be front.
Step Lance will, it hits you in the front, but you don't want to be in the back. So it's quite tricky.
You know, against most of Celici's dashes, you want to be in front of her so you can actually catch her return. Like, when you do dodge it, or if you dodge it, it's very, very strong to make sure that you're standing tile 3-2, and then you move to the right, if you were in Ramadi's case.
We got a very even game here.
Yeah, this is
Man,
even.
Zebrex with the raw whirl. I'm just hitting it raw. Oh my goodness. Just hitting raw
man
whirl.
of
I've
culture.
seen a lot of that so far. Not
That,
surprised.
those dodges for like 3 different step spells, he's crazy. Oh, but he's still losing just so much health. Mhm.
And being taken out. Oh my goodness, how many more games are we gonna see? How many death screens are gonna be caused by Whirl in this tournament?
What
Unfortunately,
Was that-
Ramani being taken out of the tournament.
was that 1-2 or 1-3? Did I forget a match?
Must
Must have forgot one.
we forget one?
It says score 1-2.
Must have played 3, right?
Did they think that the
Hey, mate. No, that definitely says 1-2. I think they have another game. Oh, the last one bugged.
wait.
Okay, I see.
Oh, someone
'cause it's
quit
either the
before it
opponent-
hit the
the opponent-
ends.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I do remember it's that opponent like disconnected or something right there at the end. So
Yeah, somebody left too fast.
all right, but I believe next are we watching losers semifinals next, or are we watching winners finals next?
Uh,
Winners, okay.
Winners.
We're gonna see Shuix versus Slater.
The 2 players that have not lost a set yet. Okay, and
Yep.
Shuix only losing 2 games on his entire trip up here.
Yep, Ramani being
Insane.
the only player to be even able to take a game off of Shuix so far. So
And Ramadi out. So, depending on how this set goes, like if Shuix really takes it by storm, Shuix is really set to win.
we
It's just
have
been-
seen Shuix show us that he is very adaptable. So we'll see if Shuix can get around the high combo potential of wait, no, I mean not Shuix, Slater is very adaptable. So we'll see if Slater can get around the high damage potential of Shuix's deck here.
Yeah.
Oh, a funny name Shuix chose for his deck. Pushman.
Oh wait, what did it say?
Shuix's deck is called Pushman.
He's not wrong.
Let's do a bit of pushing.
I do want to kind of look at these decks, and I want to draw some similarities between like how they have combo and poke, which I feel like we just largely see all poke or all combo, and it's good to see these mixes with Shuix having Twinferno as a lot of his poke, and Minigun as some poke and combo, Sheer as a little bit of poke and combo, but also being very noticeable on Slaterish is his bomb being a lot of poke and threat, backstab. You have minigun and claw trap and blink. So
I mean, hey, that may be the reason why these two are still on the winner's side, is because both of their decks are not solely reliant on combos and not solely reliant on poking, but rather a mixture of the two, allowing them to be more versatile in different matchups.
well-rounded, and that also complements their adaptation abilities, right? So the more well-rounded you are, the more you can deal with certain threats that come up to you. Like, for example, Slaterish, even though in his winner's semi set, he was having a super hard time because his bomb was gone, still manages to come back. So clearly,
So now, I think his struggle here was simply just being able to keep up with Shuix, because we've seen how hard his deck hits.
ooh, that was so good.
On the push slash, once I forgot about that, Shuix is running push slash, which is a bomb counter, so Slater is gonna need to have that bomb in the back row, otherwise it will just come straight right, just right back at him.
And that's going to be, I'm sure, a little unfortunate for Slater, because It is not back row.
Oh, and catching him there with the minigun. Unfortunately, Shuix's movement getting limited by the bomb above him, so Slater is able to land that whirl into Minia.
That hit step was massive by Shuix. If he did not hit step there, then he would have taken massive damage from the bomb and potentially a combo extension.
Oh, raw whirl! Oh my goodness, how much raw whirl am I gonna see? This is absolutely insane.
So crazy.
This player's just so skilled, being able to hit. You know, whirl is a fairly difficult card to hit, so just to see them consistently hit this spell just in neutral is insane.
And you know what I feel? I feel like it's almost never like they walk into it. It's like they get the raw hit, first hit and all, which is so wild
Kids
to
aren't
me.
walking into it; they're just landing it.
This combo is insane!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my lord!
That combo was insane.
And then he got a separate 2-hit extension before he shuffled. That's wild!
Gone. His HP evaporated. It's
That
gone.
was
Where'd it go?
one interaction. He's almost dead. He's one weapon away dying. He's dead.
Game. Shuix, absolutely insane with that damage.
I mean, Slater's barely got like some like just stray hits in between. Like that initial combo is so insane. That get that clipped. Oh my lord, that was.
I actually think that is the highest damage I've seen from my combo string that isn't some gimmick like freaking like Rag Ultranger or something. Like I actually think that is the highest I've seen.
And that's why a lot of players feel like Violet is so hard. Is because she has all these amazing combo potentials that are just so hard to bring out, and we're seeing the man bring them out. Like this is crazy.
Is that player that will bring it out? Once again,
maximum damage. He did not go for the immediate whirl because he wanted to go for the backstab first so he could get an extra weapon hit. There was an extra weapon hit he got because of that. Insane.
But once again, Shuix just completely dominating another set in this tournament. Still only 2 games in the hole to Ramadi, and just 3-0ing Slater straight into losers.
That awareness,
Man,
I haven't.
Ridiculous.
I almost want to say I haven't seen that combo awareness ever. Like, Papa Gurgle is the only person I can think of that has that kind of combo awareness. Absolutely insane.
Completely just get the highest possible, the strongest possible punish off of every straight hit. Shuix is insane.
It's wild. And now we get to go into another wild deck. Bloopity.
Alright.
Oh my gosh.
Hell, what the blue is cooking.
Nothing against these other players because everyone here is so clearly talented. I would pay so much money to see a Bloopity versus Shuix Grands. I'd pay so much.
That would be quite the grand.
That would be
a crazy grand.
We see Zenith versus Die. Zenith, like it's.
Imagine a Zenith player wins the tournament.
I would. I think I'd have to process for a bit. You know, I'd have to walk away. Like
we will see if Bloopity will continue on. He will have to get past Devrax first.
Look at him!
Already hit Zenith, alright.
Oh my gosh, this is my favorite player. You know, I never thought about it.
We got a very even game so far. But I do want to point out that Devrax does have that snare in his kit. Honestly, Bloopity isn't like, I guess, super like solely melee focused, so I guess he may not be shut down as much by snare as other Seliki players would.
And for sure.
Oh my goodness. Align to Zeta.
And I just want to look at these decks and see how good they are at punishing whiffed dashes, right? Clearly, we saw Devrax already with the minigun and the snare, and those are going to do massive things for, and the whirl. But, you know, I'm going to say Bloopity has some options of his own. Like, the Dimensional Sword and the Align and the Whirl are all great options. And also the Snow Cone could like potentially hit a Frost and
Oh my goodness, what was that janky combo right there? That was very weird. But Devrex taking game 1 with that minigun. So Bloopity will need a little bit more than tricky setups to take Devrex out of this tournament.
And I mean, really good awareness though from Devrax to dodge after getting push slash there because he knew that Zenith wasn't true. Oh, dude, this is so.
Devrex kind of just Bloopity setups do kind of hurt, but Devrex, his combos hurt even more. So Bloopity will definitely need to strengthen his defense.
Nice.
Pacing.
Oh, and the snipe with the crossfire. This is my favorite. You know, that like the root nerf is tripping me up because I just keep thinking it's going to last so much longer.
Oh, but it was nerfed by about what was it, 15 frames?
Yeah, I know. It did.
And Bloopity taking the next game. All right, so we're 1-1. It looks like these players are pretty much evenly matched.
This is a good set. I'm a fan. I'm really happy with how these finals are turning out. Oh. Ooh.
I'm just shocked. Bloopity's just getting consistent damage off of a line.
And you know what?
Or if it's setting up something else.
Mm-hmm. He has backstab for the front. Like, if he puts Zenith in the front, he has backstab for that. This dude is wild.
Getting the whirl from into sheer there, good stuff.
What are these players, bro?
Max coming back with his own whirl confirmed there out of Step Lance. We got a lot of back and forth going on here, but Bloopity is in the lead. So Devrax is going to need to land a pretty juicy combo to come back.
That was a great shield. Oh! That's actually so scary, because someone is probably mashing a defensive option there, and they could totally get caught off guard. Oh, he missed it. Oh, that could be very bad. Oh, he didn't get the max.
Much even game here, but both of these players are going to have to be very careful. Because they do have the damage right now in their hands to end the game, and Bloopity has just done that with Whirl, being up 1 game now over Devrax, and now we are on game 4.
That is so crazy, and I feel like he used the snow cone as almost like a diversion. Like, he's trying to be on the back row to avoid it, and then he just sneaks the Align in there, which is...
The snow cone is actually just to blur your vision. That's the intent of the spell. There's no frost in the deck except snow cone because it's just meant to obstruct your vision.
That's kind of true. This is so crazy. Okay. He didn't get the 2 steps up. I don't think he would have got. I don't think.
Oh, nice whirl right there.
Oh my gosh, he has him blocked. He has him blocked. He wouldn't.
He forces them into the front row with Zenith. And then, if you're in the front row against the line, you're not reacting to that.
You know what? And I also felt like Devrax was just naturally hesitant because he had push slash in hand too. So he didn't want to go to the front. So he's like, I'll just throw a line anyway. This is crazy.
And Bloopity taking the set 3-1.
Think about that scenario.
Devrax out. Oh my goodness. Are we actually going to see the Zenith in Grand Finals?
Think about that scenario where you're sitting at tile 3 and you still don't feel safe because he could just W1 you.
Exactly.
That's so wild. This
is the best use of Zenith I have ever seen. Period. I have never seen Zenith used at this level.
I don't think I've really ever played Bloopity. Maybe like once or twice, but he wasn't using this. And yeah, this deck is called Next Fest. He made this for this. Let that sink in.
Bloopity had this in the back pocket this whole time, just waiting for the right opportunity to pull it out for this tournament.
he was sitting there like he was sitting there conniving, going, "I'm not gonna use it because they're gonna nerf it after they see me."
Oh yeah, if I show that Zenith is playable, I'm gonna nerf it. So I gotta keep it hidden.
He's conniving out here. If somebody came to me and said, "Yeah, Zenith's gonna be in Grands," I'd laugh. I'd straight up, and I am a Zenith fan. My first ever deck, the deck that got me in the alpha, used Zenith. I love Zenith. I couldn't find out how to make it work on Maple, and so I gave up. And seeing it now, I'm so happy. I'm so unbelievably happy. It's so good.
We are gonna have to see here if Bloopity will be able to get past Slater, who has just now been put into losers, but has been in winners the entire time. So, very skilled player here. So Bloopity does have a bit of a wall to overcome.
And
They're just doing a connection test right quick.
I'm looking at Slater's run, and he has not run into any Silices. Almost
Really?
at all.
I'm shocked to not have.
He has ran into not a single Silice.
We had like 3 Silices in top 8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bloopity, Devrax. Oh, maybe it's 2. Maybe it's 2. 2 Silices.
No,
in top 8.
there were 3. It was Garden.
Oh, Garden, yes.
He had Garden, Devrax, and Bloopity.
Is that? Oh yeah, there's Garden, yeah.
I would like to say that this playtest is showing, like, I remember our top 8 was just like the most diverse thing you could ever see. But I'm looking at this top 8 and I see a Riva, 3 Silices, 2 Neras, and a Chi and a Vio. And actually, this is almost like the exact opposite of our finals.
Yeah.
There were no Neros. That, like, we only had Silici secondaries. We didn't have a single VO. We didn't have a single Chi. What is happening?
Alright, but let's get into it now. We got Slater versus Bloopity. We got Bloopity here with a little bit of a lead. We're gonna see how if Slater can get around this insane Zenith play that we're seeing from Bloopity.
Oh, he was gonna align that bomb. But
yeah, I was just thinking that. I'm just like, I don't know if Slater's aware that line bomb is a thing, and that can be annoying.
This is going to be the first time we've seen, I think, Slaterish be able to use bomb full force. I mean, I think he has push slash, right? But he doesn't have step lance, which is actually kind of massive.
Looking for the line into the
He's
acro
crazy.
combo there with Whirl.
And
Bloopity
yeah,
and the lead here kind of just outpacing Slaterish. And we're not really seeing major combos from both players. But,
he's crazy.
He's just getting more hits in.
Did you see what he did? He keeps surprising me. I can't even speak. What he did was he used the Zenith and then he dashed straight into it and dodged on his way back so it wouldn't hit him. Like, he's really here to make this spell work. This is so funny.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of Celica players kind of implementing the dodge on the way back into their gameplay yet. Like, not many of them can quite do that.
I mean,
even though that is an important part of their gameplay.
I just started implementing it, so to see it here is really good. This is
Bloopity taking game 1 there, so Slaterish will need to adapt a little bit to be able to continue on.
And, you know, I keep commenting on Slater's deck and, like, that was an insane snipe with the... I love seeing those snipes with the crossfire. But, I keep commenting on Slaterish and him having kind of, like, a lot of counters. And Slaterish is actually holding 2 step spells. And I feel like he might not just be able to keep up with Bloopity step spells and the damage that he's getting off of them. So, but we'll have to see. Obviously, Slater's is holding a lot.
I don't know quite yet, but
He
Bluebeardy's
ran
gotta be careful in that third row now, because that bomb is at 2 HP, meaning that if Bluebeardy gets caught near that bomb and gets hit by Coretta's weapon, it will explode.
Oh, he's crazy.
The Dimension Sword actually turns bomb into a very dangerous tool, because Bluebeardy can actually Dimension Sword the bomb and make it unpredictable. Oh, we're
Yeah,
just seeing
all of these setups on tile 3, and I feel like ever since like finals, we haven't seen him be able to really use any of them, which is kind of unfortunate.
And fortunately, his setup's not
Oh, he
working
missed.
as well as higher.
That
higher
could have killed with the mark. He could have done world step back into like I don't remember what he had.
Stepping into the Dimension Sword, Bluebeardy 2 games up now over Slater's. Oh my god, we're gonna see freaking Zenith Grand Finals. Holy frick.
Nothing against Slaters, but please, 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 for the love of God, I want to see this at Grants. This is so cool. Look at that defensive play.
Slater will find the answer to Bluebeardy's deck here if he wants to be able to continue on.
Look, I knew it. I knew he was gonna use it as a cover up. This is insane. I love it. This is.
In that case, then Slater's gonna have to start dodging the Zenith instead of trying to avoid it by moving away. Which there is a hit marker on it now, thanks to the that Ultringle patch. It looks like it affects Zenith as well. You can see where it lands.
The Zenith actually had a hit marker on it before it did.
Oh, I never noticed because no one played it, but
there's no one played it.
I know now. Oh, Bluebeardy's banging into the world there.
Yeah, see, if that bomb wasn't there, he would have used that in order to. This is so wild. I'm loving every second of it. Oh, there are so many bombs. This is.
Bluebeardy needs to be a bit careful here, you know. Oh my goodness, the double bomb. Ouch.
That was such a good punish on the dash.
Later, destroying that lead that Bluebeardy had.
So crazy how that changed in an instant. Yeah, this is wild. Oh, he almost got it.
Yeah, that was almost the game right there. Slater got hit by that Alliance, but he still has to watch out for Dimension Sword, and it's gone. Alright, we got Slater on a fresh hand here. So, this is a close game.
Oh, that dodge was so massive. He needed that.
And just barely. One HP in a dream. 1 HP in a dream. We have the Zenith. Okay.
I swear, if it gets ended by Zenith.
Game.
Oh my gosh, this defensive play is so good.
And that was weapon into backstab, allowing Slater to come back and take this game.
That was the most deserved comeback I've ever seen in my life. Okay.
The bomb play, the super good defensive play there, amazing stuff from Slater, being able to come back despite such a massive HP deficit.
I can't believe that he is really just using Snow Cone as like a cover-up. This is the greatest. And look how he used it as bomb clear.
Oh yeah, you can use Zenith that way to clear your back row. All these things I'm forgetting because no one plays this card. But I'm remembering now.
I'm remembering the card exists. That was good damage. That was so good. And, I mean, let's just talk about Slater's defensive play. Oh my gosh, dude. This man is, like, dodging everything. But, like, Bluebeardy is still just making all of this work. Oh, this is...
Yeah, he's dodging everything, but just not enough to be able... beat Bluebeardy.
The second that he...
Bluebeardy, the Zenith player, in Grand Finals against you.
Okay, I want to see who put Bluebeardy in losers. Let's go back.
Let's check this. Who overcame this extremely...
He was in losers from top 16. He was already in losers. Where in the heck is this man?
Put him in losers.
Bluebeardy was in losers by round 3. This has been the Bluebeardy losers run. You're crazy. He won his round 1 and lost his round 2 3-2, and he has been in losers since.
Wow.
Oh, this man
That is-
deserves to be here. Okay, now I just
Man.
want to see him win. Come on, win it for me.
Man, this is crazy. This is crazy.
If he won it, it would literally be your bracket run.
Oh my freaking iconic losers run. I wasn't losers round 1 in that tournament, and just freaking managed to make my way up to grands.
Okay, this interaction just makes me think that they just knew that they'd be here. Like, yeah, you know
What
what I
they
mean?
did, it's been a while.
What?
Distant rivals.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I love it. 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 Oh, this Grants is so cool.
Has Shuik's been aware of this absolute fiend right here?
Like,
You know,
it's like he was just like, I've been expecting you. Like, what?
no. Did he know what he was cooking?
Did he know? And why didn't we know? Like, this is crazy. I'm so invested in this right now. This is so good.
Alright, but Bloopity does have the lead here.
Good
we already
defensive-
know how skilled of a player that Shuix is, so Bloopity does want to win this tournament. Bloopity will have to double reset.
I want to say that
yeah,
these guys definitely look like they've played each other just based on their defensive play. Look how the time has gone by and how they're still low. They know what's going on. This is so cool. I love it. That's good. Oof. Mm-hmm.
Some DOE neutral going on there, okay.
This has turned so methodical as I feel like all of other Bloopity sets have been like aggressive and just like, you know, we're going in and we're getting damage however we can. This is definitely like we're thinking it through. And
Yeah,
for good reason. Because this
for good
man
reason, because
is
Shuix, all it takes is
insane.
one hit, and Shuix will just delete your HP bar. Just delete it. It's gone. And Bloopity is aware of that, it seems.
Yeah, this is... Oh my gosh. And I mean, think about it. Think about the double use of Snow Cone if he gets a Frost proc while they're in the Zenith range. It confirms the Zenith.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, that was very deadly there. 'Cause,
Yeah. And I
he
mean,
had to move there, otherwise his shield would get broken. But, you know, moving out of the way against Sheer is tricky.
Bloopity aware that he should drop shield there, else he's just going to take your classic Shuix damage. This
The
is...
classic Shuix delete your AP bar. Your HP.
Mm-hmm. And Shuix also remaining very, very aware of what spells he has. He's watching to see what's happening with Zenith. He knows that he doesn't have the dim sword there. He stands all the way back in that one row so that he can dodge the Align. Very
Now in
smart.
game 3 here, and if Bloopity is going to need to make it work if he wants to be able to continue on in this tournament and potentially win. But Shuix is a very difficult player to overcome.
Mm-hmm. And this is gonna have to go to reset for Bloopity. So like,
Yeah.
how much counterplay will be happening here? This is
Oh my
crazy.
goodness.
That wasn't even true. That was just a
He
string.
was just tracking him after the world, just tracking him, knowing where he's gonna go, and hitting him into that back row to confirm the backstab.
He's tracking with Violet.
There it
He's
is.
tracking with Violet.
Shuix is 3-0ing Bloopity. The man who was cooking, but Shuix shut it down.
I'm so sad. I wanted to see so much more. You know what I mean? Like,
Shuix is just absolutely insane.
but
Being able to just completely dominating this tournament. 3-0ing literally everybody except for Madi. Every single match was 3-0 except for Madi.
I
Why?
wanted to see so much more, but I feel like, you know, Shuix 100% deserved it. Like this. You know, like,
Yeah, the thing is, you know. Go ahead.
he was just so strong. This entire, like, there was never a weak moment. I never saw a weak moment from the man. Crazy.
Yeah, he's just so consistent with his combos. And then he's consistent with his combos, and his combos hit ridiculously hard, which is very dangerous, you know, very scary. But no, I've had my eye on Shuix for a bit now, because I will never forget the time I ran into Shuix in quick play, and I'm an alpha player. I'm one of the better alpha players, right? And I run into Shuix, and I'm just like, oh, okay, this is a demo player, I'm not really expecting too much, some of them are good, but I don't expect anything too crazy. Dude, the shock I experienced when he freaking comboed me for like 40 damage, I'm like, did this demo player just combo me for 40 damage? Like 3 days into the demo? Like, who is this guy?
Was he using Violet? Like,
Yeah.
He's crazy. Is this Moth's friend? I want to know who Moth's friend is.
But it was just like when he hit me with that, I'm just like, I had never fought a demo player at that point that even like made me try, and Shuix made me try. So then when I saw Shuix was entering this tournament, I'm just like, this man's gonna win. This man.
That's wild.
Probably gonna win. He's just that skilled.
Going into this, I had money on just the people I had played. I had bets that Slater would make it. I had bets that Dragon would make it. I had bets that Blue NSL would make it. And I had bets that Garden would make it. But I had never met Shuix. And I've met him now. Like, this dude's crazy. And I'd never met Bloopity. Bloopity's run. Clap it up. What?
Bloopity? Insane. I never would have expected.
What kind of monster?
Deck.
What kind of monster are you to not only have what many would consider a near unusable spell and just clear with it and make that loser's run in a game that is so like take 40 damage? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why? Like, he stayed consistent throughout that loser's run.
Yeah,
Insane.
Like, if somebody came up to me, we're doing an interview.
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, because I need to talk to this man.
Yeah, I got it.
Crazy. Okay.
Hey, champ.
Oh, hello.
We have been in awe watching you this entire time. You're insane. You're crazy. I don't think I'd win. I think I'd get absolutely smashed. Like, you're crazy.
I do have a question though. Did you play in the April test?
Yes, I did play in the April. So I joined this test. Pretty much, my practice partner was Motive, who's an alpha player right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll continue.
That makes a bit more sense, but I don't know if you recall running into me in quick play, but you really surprised me there.
Oh, I do remember those games. Every time I run into an alpha player, or just pretty much anyone that scares me as I'm playing, I'm trying to take notes on what they're doing, why they're doing it, because I didn't really understand neutral as much in this game, right? But I watch these alpha players move around, and it's like, oh, okay, wait, I get it.
You showed phenomenal understanding of neutral, and your spell selection for your poke tools, amazing. Great. Like, let me pull it up. I gotta pull it up.
Yeah, your combo game was like absolutely insane, Like to be able to hit combos on Violette that consistently is very impressive.
But we considered Violette to be one of the hardest characters in the game. And I like, just to fawn over, like, just to talk about your deck a little bit. I love your choices of Twin Inferno and Whirl, and obviously Minigun. I love this deck. That's an amazing deck.
But
you clearly
how long have you actually been crafting this deck? Is this something you came up with recently when the demo came out, or like have you sort of been like crafting this over your you say you played with MOTF? Have you sort of been crafting it over that time, just fighting him?
So I definitely did play against him a lot. I played a lot of unranked during April and now. This deck is pretty much the only deck I have ever built, to be honest. I picked up Violet day one. She was a lot of fun, so I just kept on trying to tune the deck. Every time I saw something wasn't working, I tried to figure out why. And I slowly turned it into a deck where I know these cards in and out, I know how to use all of them, none of the spacing will ever be difficult to me at this point, because this is the only deck I've played. It's the only deck I probably will play, to be honest. Because it just makes the most sense for my playstyle right now.
I think we definitely saw that level of deck mastery that you had there. You didn't drop anything. Like you were so consistent.
You made the most out of literally everything, and like even some small details. Like there was this one point to which you used like W1, but you didn't go for the whirl, which I'm sure 90% of people would have done. You went for the W1 backstab whirl W1 to get the extra W1 hit. Mastery. Mastery. And I loved it. I loved every second of it.
Yeah, was there any of your sets in this tournament where you like sort of felt threatened? Because I mean, you pretty much steamrolled a lot of these games.
I think all of the matches were a lot of fun, really. I think I was a little bit shaken up when I lost my very first match against Ramadi. It wasn't like I was super disappointed to have my undefeated streak be ruined at the time. It's more like, oh, wait. I kind of have to like sit up, focus up, make sure everything I'm doing is correct at that point, because I had been a little more loose with my movement as I was going through the bracket. It's like, okay, this person notices when I'm stepping into the back row, they're trying to punish me anytime I'm in their range, so I just need to make sure I'm baiting things out at the focus, and that I was able to clean it up from there. But they're a very good player.
So, what did you feel like anything about Ramadi was just like keeping you off guard? Had you not played a Nero before, or was it just like need to tighten up a bit, and like that was it?
I definitely have played against Nero. I think the main thing is that Ramadi wasn't really leaning into the frost cards as often, so a lot of the time it was like, oh, unreactable backslash, unreactable auto slash. Because I'd step into the back row, they'd immediately toss out the auto slash at me. It's like, oh, this is their ideal range, and I'm not paying attention to their ideal range. I need to figure something out here.
That's a great awareness to even be considering those options, and like tile placement and where people are going for certain options is phenomenal. I mean,
Yeah,
just
but,
amazing play.
Since you are the victor of this tournament, I do believe you're getting a custom title. So do you have any ideas as to what you would like your custom title to be?
Oh man, so there was a little funny thing where during the April test, there was a tournament to pretty much get into the alpha, right? And the funny thing is, I couldn't go, but not because I wasn't home. I couldn't join because I wasn't home. I couldn't join because I was raiding in Final Fantasy 14.
I mean, had
Priorities straight. Yeah.
So I think one of the workshop titles that I have there was to just make my title Perfect Legend, by the way.
Okay, well, now
That's
you have
some
the
really
opportunity
goofy
to
thing
do
to
that.
I don't know if I'm actually going with that one, but that would be a pretty good callback.
Well, man, I can't wait to see you in the alpha and just get
Yeah, now you get to party with
steamrolled by you.
Alpha Tech.
Yeah, you're just gonna steamroll a lot of us, bro. I think you're so good. You're so good. That kind of awareness is something that I don't see in me. It's so good. I barely have questions because I feel like I gotta ask you questions.
How do I get into this game? How do I get to this?
Yeah. Oh, that's actually a good question. What would you recommend for players to get like? What are your recommendations for getting good in this game? What do you think is really important?
I would say that the most important thing, and probably something that's a little bit underlooked, is the movement. Because as you're going back and forth, everyone knows, like, oh, I'm trying to hit you and kill you, but sometimes it gets a little too linear when I'm playing certain matches where it's like, oh, I'm walking forward because I need to hit this. But if I walk back and they have to walk forward to hit me, then all of a sudden their intention is to come forward, I can kind of hit them, get my punish game in.
Yeah, you're focusing much more on, instead of telegraphing your movement, you're all like, I can have them approach me and then get exactly what I want.
Yeah,
Something
it's
like
pretty
that.
much it's pretty much all about the back and forth, trying to pretty much get into the range of your tools, because once people start to know what your tools are, all of a sudden things are going to get a lot harder. I draw a push slash backstab, people are going to sit in the third row, and while it is strong for me to try and tipper them, it's still like a 1 in 3. They can move up or down. I'm trying to catch them all the time. But it's like, maybe if I step back, and then because of the way the movement works, I just burst forward and try and hit them with push slash. Once they move forward, they're no longer thinking about my pressure because I pulled them into their own game.
You're pulling them out of a defensive mindset to let them think more offensively, and then you're capitalizing. So smart. I like
Yeah,
that.
pretty much. And I feel like the main reason I actually started playing like this was because I was playing Papa Gurgle a couple times as I was playing in this test right now, right? And I just got smoked. Like the first time I ran into this guy 3-0'd me and he just left. And I was like, oh wow.
Yeah,
So
PG is very, very good. You know, he's definitely one of the debatable best player. You know, we don't really have actual best player. Like, I'm considered to be one of the contenders, but honestly, like, we have multiple contenders. You know,
I feel
There's
like it
people
changes by the day, for sure.
you know, I can beat Papa Gurgle, you know, one day. He might beat me the next day. It kind of just it works like that.
But I was gonna say that while playing, you reminded me of just how precise you were. Like that precision that you have reminded me of Papa Gurgle. Like Papa Gurgle has amazing combos, and you were doing the exact same thing. It's just so fun to watch. I could watch it all day.
It was very fun watching you play.
I always appreciate it. Honestly, one of the big things about fighting games that I always liked is that even if you're not really playing it yourself, maybe you don't understand all the mechanics, it is always going to be fun to just watch someone land those big combos. Just someone who has really good control over their character like that. And
Speaking of big combos, how'd you feel about that combo you landed? The one where you pretty much deleted 70% of I don't know who it was against. But you like
It was Slater.
Yeah,
It was
I was into
Slater.
Slater game too.
That was ridiculous. Oh my lord. I gotta go. I'm gonna rewatch that, by the way.
Like that's gotta go on Twitter. I don't think I've seen a combo hit that hard that wasn't using some gimmick crap like Ultrangle Rag or something. Like that is actually the hardest hitting combo I've seen. That's like genuine.
Yeah, I don't know, man. To be completely honest, as I was landing that combo, I just kind of blanked out, and I was just like, "Oh, this will hit. Oh, this will hit." And then I saw his HP, and I was like, "Oh my god."
Where'd it go? Where's HP go? Gone. Oh man. But yeah, it was a pleasure speaking with you, champ, and congrats on winning this tournament. And not even just winning, you completely steamrolled like pretty much most of your sets. 3-0, literally everyone except Ramadi. So insane gameplay, and yeah, you're with us now. You're with the Alpha Boys.
I do have. I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying it exactly right now, but we do have something coming up. It's going to be a grudge match. Eden Dev versus Shuix, if he's down.
Oh, I mean, I'm always down to play more of this game. This game's great.
Okay, so if you want to make your way back into that lobby, I think we'll get right back to commentating. And honestly, I'm just happy I get to see more of you play. So,
Alright, let's do it. I'm glad to see that people are having fun watching me. Alright.
oh, dude, wait, what is it called? It's not grudge match. It's something finals. Thug finals. Thank you. Oh my god. Yeah, it's called Thug Finals. It's when somebody that didn't enter bracket challenges the winner.
In this case, it is the man himself, the Dev, our Lord and Savior.
Our Lord and Savior. True though.
All of this is only possible because this man decided to make this game one day. Best of 5 against with Shuix and Eden Dev. Let's see. And Eden Dev running Dread. Oh, we didn't really see much either this tournament, did we?
You know what? That's so surprising because he was running Nero all in unrated.
Yeah, I ran into it unrated too when he was running Nero. And he just pulls out Dread.
And then he threatened to. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I won't get into that. But this is interesting. Oh, he's running Rocket. Oh, I heard about him running Rocket. Somebody mentioned it. He was running. The dodge buff was intended for Rocket. Rocket counterplay.
Dev is actually just this is one of his testing sessions. He's testing to see if Rocket will be a strong player.
Yeah, all of his his Nero deck was supposed to be testing something, and yeah, he just makes decks that test specific things, and then they're unironically really good, and then he actually does really good. It's kind of funny.
All right, so we got a Mark deck here by Aiden Dev, and we have Shuix with his super big combo deck, and there it is, already freaking 20 damage right there, right off the bat. Classic Shuix. All right. Oh, and the Dev getting the shield break. Okay, Dev.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Have we ever seen Shuix get even shield broken? The entire
Oh
turn.
my lord. What is happening? This is actually kind of hard to keep up with. Oh. Oh, and he's using W1 so well. Oh, that was such a good dodge. Mm-hmm.
We got Shuix with a fairly decent lead here.
So, I don't know how much Mark Shuix has run into at this point. I feel like a lot of people were running Mark. Oh, that was so smart. He delayed it knowing that he would be ready for an immediate spell, and you just wanted to see him make a move before he used it. That's brilliant gameplay.
I don't think we've seen pretty much any Rocket play at all. I don't think. At least in the matches that we've been seeing.
Oh, that was a great interruption. Yeah, this area coverage with Dread is so good. I really like that character too, just because of that area coverage that she can get with W1 and W2.
Yes. Now he's gotta watch out for the rocket. Yup, there it is, catching the dodge. Now after the set, Dev's gonna nerf rocket. Because I don't know if the dodge will prevent that from happening.
Oh my gosh!
Rocket confirmed, dude. It is very strong, and I think because we don't see Rocket play too much, people forget about it. Yeah, dude, Dev is cracked.
I know Dev is cracked. I played Dev. Oh,
Dev knows all the secrets.
This timing, he keeps getting the timing for Rocket, and he's getting so much damage off of it.
I mean, hey, dude, he invented the timing.
He invented the timing. Is it even fair? So I think we're starting to see Shuix take a much more passive approach as he figures out what exactly is going on. And I like the way that he really uses W2. I feel like I never see Violets use W2. Just kind of.
I've seen some W2 play from Violet, but it's actually from Shoal. I was playing him earlier today, and he was using exclusively Violet, and his Violet's actually pretty freaking good.
I was playing him earlier today, and I was getting rocked. So I was getting...
Yeah, he makes very good use of Violet's weapon. It's quite the good interruption tool if you decide to use it that way, which is nobody uses it that way. So I saw him using it, and it was pretty interesting.
I found it so interesting how it, well, not to keep talking about Shoal during this, but how he really adapted it into what I felt like was just his playstyle on a Violet
Shoal is
deck.
very aggressive. So it's always interesting when I play him because it's like gun versus gun. Both of us are just hyper aggressive players.
Yeah, well, same here because I'm playing Maple. It's like, he somehow makes it so hard for me to even contest the front. Don't understand how, but he does it.
Yeah, we have Dead here with a little bit of a lead, but that doesn't matter against Shuix when he will just delete your HP bar. Oh, unfortunately, no rocket play here, so he's gonna have to shuffle here. Yep.
Deleting in process.
Getting that poke damage. In. Fair enough. Yep, the rocket timing. He's not gonna mess that up. Oh, unfortunately not connecting the javelin there.
Look at how he traces with his moves. Like, the shear, most people would have just gone all the way down and used it, but he decides to go down, bait going up, and then try to catch his movement. I love that gameplay. He's crazy!
Oh, not gonna have enough mana for the rocket though, because he decided to use the knife. Fortunate. Yep, and the minigun. Alright, so it looks like Shuix is gonna beat the Dev here, but the Dev is the second person tonight to even be able to take a game off of Shuix, so...
That's so crazy. Oh, I like watching it. And now that I've heard him talk about like just his mindset, I'm getting to see it, and that's even more enjoyable.
Yeah, Shalush is just a very fun player to watch. You know, just everything that he does, his insane combos, the way he plays, the reads he gets.
He's just, I don't know, so good. He deserved it, is really what it is. That's the words I'm looking for, is he so deserved it. He's clearly got just so much skill. He's so crazy.
Shuig's saying that Rocket was very hard to deal with. Yeah, it's very hard to deal with.
And
we're aware of it in the alpha test, but like we don't like. I don't think too many people.
it's Japan that uses it. We don't use it all that much for some reason.
Yeah.
We more
I've seen
focus on.
APSK use it, but I don't really see NA players use it that much. Like I have a minigun deck where I use it, but it's not like it's just one of my decks. It's not one of my go-tos. But it's there. It's a thing. It exists, and it can be annoying.
You just have 20,000 decks, though. So yeah, a lot of I feel like our scene, which is like NA, South America, a little bit of UK and Europe. If they get a mark, they focus on like tracing for a follow-up, rather than using stuff like mark, which is also equally as good.
That's what I do. You know, if I hit marking the opponent, you know, I'm kind of just like I'm just hunting them down. You know, waiting for them to stop and dodge.
Yeah, you're getting your free shield break or your free combo, or punishing a dodge.
It's player dependent. Typically, most players don't have a level of movement necessary to be able to, you know, like basically even if they're marked, they're still ridiculously hard to hit. Like Shoal's an example of that. You know, bringing him up again. He has that level of movement where he can sort of just like, even when he's marked, he can still avoid follow-ups. But a lot of people are not able to move like that.
Shoal is fast. Shoal will skirt out of there so quick. It's kind of required if you're that determined to hold the front. You gotta have really good defensive play.
Man, what a tournament tonight! Just a lot of great games. You know, Bloopity with the absolutely insane deck. You know, running, getting all the way up to finals, grand finals, even with such a weird deck. Like with Zenith, with a line on a character that normally never, you know, doesn't like to play these cards. I mean, no character likes to play Zenith, period. And then Shuig's just absolutely dominating, just completely sweeping through this tournament, barely dropping any games at all, only to Ramadi, and just playing out of his mind.
I think, really, I'm just happy to see how much the demo players surprised me. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm glad to have learned new stuff by watching the demo players and seeing all these new play styles. I'm living for it. I'm here for it. And yeah, this was a blast. I'm so glad I got to commentate.
This was a whole bunch of fun. But well, it looks like we are we are finished. But for anybody watching, if you're not in the Discord, we do have a Duelists of Eden Discord, so come hop in here. And also we have a Reddit as well, so feel free to come and check out our Reddit page, and you know, join the community.
And I mean, we're not exactly sure how long the demo is going to be up, but it is in fact still up. You can still play.
Yeah, a little bit of time to play, you know, and you know, maybe actually, I don't know if there'll be another demo test or not before the game releases. I doubt it.
I think it's gonna release before that, but yeah, it has been an absolute blast. I don't really have anything to shout out for myself, really, unless you do, Windfall.
No, I got nothing. So you know, it's been a great night, lots of great matches, and you know, I'm happy we were able to do this. This tournament was absolutely amazing. I'm glad we got so many people. And
Thank you. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching and for participating and being really active in the Discord. I love getting to meet and know all of you, and really happy to see these top 8 players become alpha players before it releases. I think that's it for us. Everybody have a good night.